It's December 16th, 2020, and my cat is running across the roof. Thought you all should know that. We're on here with Corbin.
I'm happy to know that. Hi. I'm kind of here. I don't know how mentally alert I am at the moment. But we're trying.
Well, you and all of us have been working on getting ready for Friday's Doctors Without Borders charity stream. Mm-hmm. We're doing good things, and that's what we're going to keep telling ourselves.
Yeah. And Adam said his grandparents gave him $60 to donate. So we're already $60 in, haven't even started yet. I don't think you can get a better start than that.
Baller.
Yeah. Or not 60 euro monies. I don't know if that's stronger or weaker than the dollar.
They made up their own currency. It's okay.
Yeah, it's not real money to me.
It really kind of isn't.
I need to pop out the chat. Okay. Hi Carson, wavy emoji. Okay. So you have me for an hour now. Because I said an hour and a half, and then I was late, and then you were late. So
I wasn't late. I was waiting for you to get your stuff together.
Okay. Yeah. So
slacker.
So after this, I need to probably do a post for PC Gamer, and then fix a dev thing for Artem. Something's broken that actually only affects Artem. I know that that's a shocker, but so I need to see if that's possible to fix, and then probably do more work, and then do the layouts for Techathon, and then somewhere in between there, go to the bathroom a couple times, and then go to sleep. So that's the rest of my day sorted.
That sounds exciting.
It is. It's very, very exciting. And my camera just does not want to focus at all. Okay.
Oh, I thought that was just artifacting. I didn't even consider it was
Actually, wait. I'm on
Windows.
I'm on Windows today. I can manually focus. Because I booted it. Oh, as soon as Razer's software is done updating.
Oh, God.
I'm on Windows because I was taking my one break. I was playing Fallout.
So 50-50 odds we're about to lose you entirely.
Maybe. Actually, I think the last time I tried this, it was like, oh, another app is using your webcam, so we can't change the settings. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll classic see. Windows weirdness.
Is there anything newer to talk about? I put in that I was gonna talk about
the Chrome manifest thing.
Yeah. But
I'll admit I haven't. I've been so out of the loop on news this week, which isn't the most. It's not the most original detail, but.
I wrote some news earlier today, and I can't recall for the life of me what I wrote. I wrote about Discord getting a new thing on Android and a Samsung leak. Okay, that's what I wrote about.
Exciting.
Yeah. Actually, I am excited about one thing is Discord on Android and iOS is getting screen sharing.
I mean, that actually is cool.
Yeah. There's been a lot of cases where I'll be watching YouTube with someone and I'd like to not sit at my desk where I, work and then play PC games for most of the day. It'd be nice to take my Android tablet and go sit somewhere else but still screen share. So
yeah,
it is cool. The only thing I don't know is how they're handling audio, because I don't think Android still lets you capture system audio.
Pretty sure it doesn't. Or wait, no, yeah, it does.
The native screen recorder can. I don't know if that API is open or not. Because I bet they're probably hooking into like that Chromecast or like casting API that the other recorders use. I don't know. I couldn't find an actual announcement from Discord about this. I only found like Engadget's coverage and a couple other places. So I guess they just sent out a PR but no one mentioned that detail. So
yeah, now I am a little uncertain because I would have sworn that when Google Play Games got screen recording, I thought they were able to capture audio, but now I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, because some apps were capturing like the system microphone, but because the speaker is close to that on most devices, it was kind of recording that. It just sounded terrible.
Yeah.
We're several major releases into Android at this point. I feel like maybe that should have been added at some point.
You'd think, yeah. But man, it's weird how much Android is just good at not doing things.
Yeah, like there's stuff in Android that like takes forever because it's just so low priority, and then there's stuff like that where like I feel like this should have been added by now.
Well, what definitely bothers me, and what has bothered me for a long time, this was one of my big like talking points, I guess, when I think it was, I mean, I've been saying this since before this, but I know I brought it up a lot when they took away clipboard managers. An operating system should, generally speaking, an operating system should enable a whole bunch of stuff to be possible, and then for specific circumstances, you take away those things. So go ahead, build a phone that limits a bunch of stuff, but the API should be in the OS to begin with, and it seems like they've taken away a lot of APIs, and I think recording system sounds is one of them. I don't think that's ever actually properly been added to Android.
Yeah, and I get like the permissions for that might be weird, but like they already do like the big pop-up when something wants to capture your screen. So
yeah,
I feel it. And I just opened Razer Synapse, and I think my camera turned a completely different color grading, because now I'm like kind of yellow.
Your room does look slightly jaundiced.
Let me see. Oh, here's the zoom. Well, I just did it do anything? Wow. I think Firefox forgot where my camera is. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you just froze. And you're gone. Alright. Waiting. I'm quickly skimming back through the latest news, and I'm seeing, this is adorable. Android 11 has the fastest adoption rate of any version yet. This is almost kind of like one of those typical Apple stories. Hey, let's highlight just how much people love our OS, even though that's not at all what the factor is. Oh yeah, I'm twinned until Corbin gets back. But let's see, Beast Item, does Gboard have a clipboard manager? Yes, it does. And in fact, all keyboards are able to do this. It's the way that it works, well, the idea is basically that your keyboard can act as a clipboard manager, and the current app has access to the clipboard, but you don't have like a widespread, like background services can't watch your clipboard, which is pretty much useless. Welcome back, Corbin.
Where's my... It's on the wrong microphone now.
Evidently.
I'm so tired of everything. Oh my gosh. Hold on. And I can't change the input because Jitsi doesn't fully support Firefox. Hold on.
Oh god.
Okay. I think we're good now. Does this sound better?
You're still on the original mic.
Okay.
Whatever that was.
Jitsi. Hold on, I need to reopen Jitsi.
All right. And this is why we're gonna be holding a good 15 to 30 minute prep session on the Techathon stream to make sure people can work through their issues.
I'm still not on the right microphone.
That is correct, sir.
Oh God. I'm gonna leave. I'm going to this.
Oh, come on now. You've already lost it.
Used.
Oh, beast items. So, okay. When we're talking about a clipboard manager, we're talking about like the ability to paste multiple historical clips. Phones don't inherently have clipboard managers unless an OEM decides to add one. But they do have a clipboard. Every Android phone has a clipboard you can copy and paste, but it's only the very last thing that you copied that you can then paste. Clipboard managers are, again, like having a history of clips that you can... You don't have to paste the last thing. You can paste something from like 3 copies ago. That sort of thing. Anyway, Corbin's back.
Yeah, so...
and you're on the right mic.
Yeah. Okay. If this is any indication, I think I might just... I'm gonna open the Twitch app on my phone and hit the live button, and then like kind of angle it to my computer monitor, and that's how we're gonna do this.
I was gonna ask. I was curious how you guys were planning on managing some of the sessions that are going to involve streaming the actual screens of stuff. Like Jackbox is easy. That's a given. Yeah. But you're planning Minecraft, which I mean, I'm curious how you guys plan on running that stream.
Well, Minecraft should be able to be captured, but I do have to set up like a server now because everyone wanted to play the Java version, which is fine.
Well, right. But I mean, are you just streaming one person's screen, or are you gonna try to stream like multiples? Yeah, I made your brain cry.
Probably just mine, and I'll walk close to the other people so it feels more immersive.
So, I honestly, actually, can I see this without breaking?
Here, wait. I actually have the schedule on my wall now. It's easier planning.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Be sliding with the hot take. Bedrock is shit. Okay, so
I like Bedrock Edition. I almost said addiction.
I mean, that's true too.
I love me that Bedrock.
Let's see. I need to check. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard somewhere that OBS was either adding or had already added some sort of ability to capture a screen and send it somewhere. Now, if that's true, then in theory, everybody could actually capture their screens, send it to you,
or I could just capture the Discord window and everyone share their screens through that.
Yeah, that could work too.
I could. I'll probably just do mine. I think we're already like 5 levels above the technical fanciness that we need to be at. Like I was gonna set up Restream to go to like Twitter and stuff because we were gonna get like Max to retweet this and you lose this, like there's like some study where like you lose like half your users with every click you make them do. So I'm streaming to Twitter, then more people are watching, maybe more people get that way, but that added more complications, and it would add like a delay with Jackbox, and I think we're just gonna do Twitch.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and also I saw because Periscope is sort of shutting down, I saw they're moving the Periscope producer feature, which is what let you stream to it from OBS, to something Twitter calls like Media Center, which is invite only. So I guess that functionality will just go away entirely for normal people at some point. Which sucks, because having something that you could stream to with regular desktop software that also showed up natively on Twitter and had its own platform was cool, but it's like that sometimes. Carson said, "What are you gonna play, Cody?" Cody is playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep.
And that's basically it. And then he's taking off, and then I'm running the stream from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. somehow. I don't know if that's actually gonna go without a hitch, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, and I'm probably gonna stop in for Jackbox later in the evening.
Okay.
Jackbox,
Yeah.
and there's and then late at night there's also like a casual chat.
Yes, there is.
Which I may or may not be able to drop in for that. That's kind of in the hours that I'm not really free, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's gonna have me, Mindy. It might just be me and Mindy, actually. Oh, Joe's there for part of it.
Yeah,
we'll see. Maybe I can bug some people to join me. I don't know. Most of the people I know are in ET or Central Time, and asking them to hop on a call at effectively midnight might not work out, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, plus I'm probably going to be extremely worn out by that stage because
I'm gonna be dead. I might just pass out on stream, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, but at least you could sleep through the D&D session. For me, it's gonna be I'll be awake at least a decent part of Thursday. Then come Thursday night, stay up, do that movie update, the movie post update, which takes a surprising number of hours. You'd really be surprised how much time it takes to wrangle all those links together. And then start the stream, play D&D for several hours, stop, eat food, and then probably jump back on after the 2-hour break or whatever. I think that's how long it is that you guys are Minecraft. Is it 2 hours?
Minecraft is 6 to 8.
Yeah, okay.
And then
after
it's
that
is
Jackbox.
Jack. Yeah, after that is Jack. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll take a 2-hour break to eat and get a couple of things quickly done, and then probably hop on for Jackbox. At that stage, I should have been up 24 hours. And then so it'll be real hit and miss if I can jump back on for the tech talk at all. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah. That's just how it is. Only have so many people. And asking people to work for charity is difficult. Also especially difficult with just how difficult everything in general in life is right now. it's everything's a struggle.
Yeah. Huh.
So someone brought up the Qualcomm stuff. That was a little bit of a kerfuffle. Because we got something about that under embargo, and then we posted about it this morning, and then there was some further communication with PR at Qualcomm and Google about it. The TLDR is that it seemed like Qualcomm was saying that they would support all their chipsets for 4 years, or phones would get 4 updates / 4 years of support at a maximum. But then they were using some weird language, and it seems like now what they meant was 4 years of security updates in some cases, but still probably 3 years of OS updates is where they're gonna cut it off. Because again, Qualcomm wants to be a little bitch and not put their source code in the Linux kernel, where it can just live and stay up to date forever. They want to keep all their stuff proprietary, which makes all this much harder.
Yeah, shocking that they want to play the way that they play. I'll just say that.
It's almost like monopolies are bad for the consumer. It's wild.
I know. How in the world did anyone ever come to that conclusion? It's not like they demonstrate time and time again that it's a bad thing. But no,
People
this
like licking the boot.
This. So yeah, I hadn't read about this yet, but I did see David's post on this point, basically saying nothing's changing for Pixels or any other high-end phone. So yeah, this is just bad.
We'll always have lineage. It's fine.
Yep. But yeah, I do wonder, like, at what point does Qualcomm realize that this is bad press for them? At what stage do they kind of circle around and acknowledge that at the end of the day, the more that they do this, the more it screws with people's perception of what Qualcomm's doing? How long before people start saying, hey, if such and such company comes out with two options, one of them's Qualcomm, one of them's something else, how many people might actually buy Qualcomm? And I know that this is kind of a weird take on it, but it reminds me of when Dell started advertising. Well, Dell wasn't even the first, I think. Somebody started advertising, hey, you can now buy our computers without Windows. You can now get them with Linux pre-installed. And it's not like it was a massive push, but a lot of people who knew about it were saying, yeah, screw this, I'm going to get Linux from now on. And so that was actually a selling point, and it was something that did draw a minority, an obviously very tiny minority.
It drew me. I have a Dell Linux machine.
There you go. But yeah, this was the thing, and people absolutely did buy on the basis that, hey, we want computers that are offering this as an option. And so companies did start getting on board with this.
Yeah, and Dell does sell a bunch of different models with Linux now, and Lenovo's pretty good about it too. Although the thing with Dell is that the Linux machines aren't cheaper, which, like, can you just subtract the cost of the Windows license, please? Like,
yeah.
Can we do that?
Yeah, that's...
Or at least last I checked, they weren't cheaper. But I know there's, like...
Well, you know that their licensing terms require, even if the computer doesn't come with Windows, you're like, technically buying the Windows license.
Yeah, and I'm sure they have some agreement with, like, Ubuntu for support, and some of that cost has to go into making all the drivers work. But it's still annoying.
Well, no, Microsoft is actually getting paid, even if it doesn't include Windows.
Yeah, well, I think that's what IBM sued them over back in the day. Oh no,
that was
might have been the EU. IBM was pissed though. At least I know that much, because that was like one of the main reasons their OS2 flopped, because like computer makers had to pay for the Windows license for every PC. So why not just ship Windows? Why are we paying further to license this other OS with fewer applications?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of good reasons for IBM to be pissed at Microsoft, but that's mostly old news.
Yeah, but on the updating front, I think there's probably two issues here. I think the meta issue is that I don't think there's enough demand for Android phones to be supported longer. Because like with iPhone, like they're supported for a long time, but that's because iOS is set up in a way where it's much more noticeable when you're running an older OS and more things break. Like if you're on like apps are more, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Like the minimum requirement for iOS apps is usually closer to the newest release than it is for Android.
Right.
Like right now, like I could go get my Android Marshmallow phone out of my closet and it mostly still works. There might be a couple apps that don't want to run on anymore, but it's still mostly going to work. And security updates are important, but those are usually not noticeable at all. And yeah.
You know, I'd even say you could probably go back to KitKat safely.
Yeah, because like what's the min API for Google stuff now? It's like 4.3, 4.4.
I think it's 4.4 KitKat.
Okay. I think I saw some stuff once Lollipop or Marshmallow now, but again, that's 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah.
So it's just different scenario where, yeah, like iPhones are supported longer, but Android still like pretty much works for the same amount of time, if not longer.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
it's not good, it's not ideal, but right, like if it's the end of the world and the only phone I have is a Marshmallow phone, like I'm gonna live. It's still gonna connect to the networks, and I can still use Chrome.
In a way, it's funny because you put it the right way. You have two different things. They get there the different ways, but ultimately, a phone is still usable for about the same amount of time. In the case of Android, it's that applications generally just work for years and years on the old versions of on the old OS versions. And on iOS, it's because the phones are supported by OS versions for so much longer. Either way, you're living about the same length of time with any given device, or a device can live the same length of time. That being said, I'm not sure if I agree that people aren't demanding or are demanding longer lifespans, because I think the average person is using a phone for 2 to 2.5 years. Obviously, not all of us live that life, but some do. Most people do. And then I think almost every phone ends up getting one extra life. It goes to a kid, or it gets sold to someone who just needs an extra phone, or the phone sticks around and becomes like your trash phone that, let's say, you take snowboarding with you because you don't want to ruin your good phone. Like, whatever the scenario is, you have one phone that is like your backup, or sell, or you give away, or whatever. And it has that one extra cycle. But I think in most cases that cycle only lasts maybe an extra 2 years, tops. So at most, I think phones get maybe 4 years of use before they pretty much get thrown out. Usually because the battery goes bad by then too.
Yeah, that's the killer for every phone now, is that the battery goes and then it's too difficult or costly to crack it open.
Well, or just not worth it.
Yeah.
Though I will say this, strictly speaking, that's great in a way. Bear with me. Back when we were throwing phones out because the software was just not good enough, or we were complaining because, hey, look at that, they made the software demanding so much that the phone hardware just wasn't keeping up. Whatever the case, like, we used to throw phones out because, hey, it's 12 months old, it's outdated, and runs like garbage compared to everything we could buy today. Now we're saying, wow, we used it to the point the battery went bad. That's at least a practical limitation on a phone. That's something we can, it's not good, but at least we can point to it and say, all right, we're not throwing phones out on the basis of software anymore. That's awesome. That's how it should be, or closer to how it should be.
Yeah, and I think the other issue with Qualcomm is that the demand for more support would have to come from the OEM in response to consumer demand. Because like normal people don't understand like this is why it is like it is. Like they're just gonna say, Samsung, why is my Note 20 not getting monthly updates, or and so then Samsung would get the brunt of that pushback, and then they'd have to go to Qualcomm and say, okay, we really need you to do this.
Yeah, and to that extent, I will say it should just be baked into the contract.
Yeah, or it should be baked into the fucking kernel. Come on, Qualcomm.
Well, yes, there's that, but at a bare minimum, if you're gonna launch, I mean, really, if you're gonna launch a processor, or a system on chip rather, if you're gonna launch any hardware, look, write it directly into the terms. Here's the deal: we are supporting this hardware for this length of time, and the funny thing about that is then they would be under pressure by themselves to support like flagship hardware, let's say 3 years, 4 years, however long. They would have to actually commit to something up front. And it's bad for consumers in their current form, because you're so reliant on the idea that people are going to come along and buy a new phone, then demand support later, and that their demands are going to get met. Whereas if I buy a phone, I want to be able to buy a phone and say, oh, they're guaranteeing up front. Like, the phone isn't even out yet. They've announced it, but they're guaranteeing up front it's going to have support for the next 4 years. New hardware drivers, new everything for 4 years. I want to be able to buy something and know that I'm going to get that support instead of waiting 2 years.
Yeah.
And at that point, like, hey, are we going to have enough people yelling and screaming about this to get support? Or are people just going to move on?
Yeah. That's like what like the custom ROM scene has always been like part of like I remember part of the equation when I was buying phones years ago was like, all right, how much activity is there on the XDA forum for like when the OEM drops dead, am I going to have a Lineage ROM to fall back on or no?
I mean, that's definitely true, but when I think about that, the version of that I picture is it's from the Windows Mobile days. And I remember like HTC phones coming out. There were times, dead serious, you could see the start of one of the groups on the XDA forums. A few people would hop on and say, okay, so I kind of want to get this phone, but who else is getting it? And there was actually that was a thing, and they even would run polls sometimes, like just straight up asking, how many people are going to get this phone? And if you didn't have enough people speaking up, no one got that phone. It would become a ghost town. And you would see, like, every once in a while there were certain devs that would I can't even remember a few of their names. There were certain devs that would pop up and say, yep, this is the phone I'm getting. And all of a sudden you would see tons of people pop in and say, oh, good, I'll get it too. Because they knew, like, all right, this phone's going to get support. That someone's going to be making ROMs for this phone. They're going to support it way past what anyone else would, or what any other phone's going to get. This is why you had the like HTC HD2 surviving forever. So
I know like government intervention is usually not the answer to a lot of stuff, but
true fact.
What be kind of wild is if there was like we already put like we used to, now it's like in the software or whatever, but there used to be like the FCC stickers on everything with everything it was certified for. What if we just had like a sticker that with like the number of years this is required to support, or the company can get sued?
Yeah, no, I completely support this.
Yeah, like just a sticker on the box that says this will last 4 years. If it doesn't, go complain to the Department of Commerce and they'll get it sorted.
Well, and I know that this is okay, so
because like
I will say, and I can understand this one concern. I don't think it's a valid concern too much anymore, but I will say at one point in Android's history there would legitimately have been a problem with that. If Google shipped a new version of Android that had some sort of requirement on it, which this literally did happen, it was, I think, the thing that made the Nexus 5 basically impossible to support.
Oh yeah, because there was like
it was something that required something from the GPU. I think it was a GPU issue.
I think it was at some point Google required Android or it required the GPU to support like Vulkan, or it was like it was like OpenGL.
It was some instruction set. It doesn't matter what it was, but it was some
because
instruction
they wanted
set.
They wanted to drop all that old code, so they were like, all right.
Yeah, And that's totally that's fair for Google to do. It totally makes sense because new hardware was supporting it. It was a widespread support thing. But at the same time, it guaranteed that certain old devices that even if the OEM wanted to support, and even if they could have gotten Qualcomm to support it, it would not have been an option. So, I mean, though it very obviously was still an option since several developers did keep supporting those old phones with the new versions of the OS. But
like how I remember Apple cut off my what was it? My iMac G4 from getting Mac Leopard because Mac Leopard had too many graphical effects. But of course, there was a hack you could do where you would like temporarily change the firmware to report a better Mac, and that would let the installer run. And like Leopard did run, it didn't run well, but it was on there.
Yep. So for this reason, I can see why they wouldn't necessarily want to make a guarantee like this. If by some chance, let's say a company commits to, I know this won't happen, but let's say a company committed to 6 years of support and Google decides like 5 years after a thing came out, hey, we're going to release this new version of Android and tough luck, we're cutting off support for this thing.
Yeah. Or they release their new OS and they're like, you can't replace the OS on on an Android phone. You're silly.
Like, for that reason, I can see why they wouldn't necessarily want to say this. But for that...
They could put in, like, a cop-out mechanism.
Yes.
Like, for X number of years remaining, you get a rebate from the company or whatever.
Exactly. And for that... And that was the other angle I was even going to suggest is the smart move for them is just straight up say it's supported for this long, otherwise you get this % back or something like that. And it's not like it's going to be a lot. And it might even just be in the form of a rebate or, hey, you can buy your next phone for cheaper. Like if they fail to update a phone for X number of years, you automatically get a 30% discount on the current phones from that company. Like, I could see them offering that, and as long as the discount's good
well, even
enough.
if it's like, even if you get some small amount of money, like $50, you could still buy a new phone for $50. That will work.
Yeah.
Because, we're at this stage in technology where we can just make everything for dirt cheap. Except flagship phones. We can't make those cheaper for some reason. They only go up in price.
You didn't see it, but my eyes rolled. Because it's all too true.
But you know what, Cody, you should run for president, and that should be part of your platform. Is all OEMs will have to put a big number sticker on their phone boxes of how many years they'll get updates.
Oh, that's a hill that I'm glad I would never try to die on. Oh my god. When talk about a losing platform.
Qualcomm just funds the other guy.
Oh, well, Qualcomm, Samsung, Google. Let's just name all of them, because everyone would fund your opponent.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
But, yeah.
Do I have my... Okay. I was trying to see if I had this.
I'm quickly skimming through comments, trying to catch up on everything. Let's see.
They're just talking about not a lot of chat activity.
Well, there's been a fair amount, more than I was able to read while I was talking.
Do I still get my Tic Tac? Good question. I'll get back to you.
Assuming Google is closely working with Samsung and Whitechapel, hopefully they push Qualcomm to support their SoCs longer. And honestly, to some extent, I can never really tell what the story's going to be with Qualcomm. Qualcomm does not react to competition the way that most companies do. Qualcomm, frankly, reacts to competition about the way Intel does, which is to say, what is this competition you speak of? We have not heard of it. Thus, we do not care.
I saw someone make a comment somewhere where they were like, they said something along the lines of Qualcomm is a modem company that got wrapped into making processors.
Yeah, I said that.
And that, okay. Was that you?
And it's entirely true.
It might have been, okay, yeah. It might have been you and other people, but...
yeah, other people have been saying this too. It's far from an original thing. But yeah, Qualcomm started as a modem company, and they never had any intention at all of making processors, but because of integration purposes and a lot of their clients were asking them to make processors for certain types of things, they just got into doing it in the small scale. And then when smartphones started blowing up, they were like, oh, I guess we need to make bigger processors. And they bought up some small company that was making processors, and it kind of just exploded from there. So they unintentionally were dragged into the market of making processors and the GPUs. Like, they had to just keep acquiring and hiring people to meet this demand that their customers had that they never wanted to meet.
Yeah.
That being said, have they enjoyed every second of being the crappy, terrible company that price gouges and manipulates the market on processors. It really makes me wish somebody else would get into making processors, but no one does.
God, I would love it so much if Apple licensed their chips.
Oh crap!
That'd be what? You know how quickly Qualcomm's stock price would drop? It'd go to zero. Like
yeah, seriously. The answer is what stock price?
yeah, it's just like it's like the movie pass stock.
Oh god.
Like they'll just keep like splitting it.
Well, the one thing is Qualcomm would still have all those modems. They'd
have a lot of patents.
Yeah, they'd have their patent portfolio. Yeah. They'd have the modems.
They could just go full on. Yeah, they could just go full on patent troll and just sue everyone.
And man, they'd have to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, that would be.
And Apple's chips still use Qualcomm radios. I'm sure they'd be doing fine. Actually, I wrote about the article where Apple's trying to make its own modems.
Yeah.
So they want, again, you know, they've always wanted this. They want to control every component in their devices, and they're getting close. I think after Qualcomm modems, I mean, like, what's left in an iPhone that they don't make? Like the screen and like the flash memory. We're getting pretty close.
Yeah. I for the sake of competition, I would definitely like to see Apple start licensing their processors. Yeah. On the other hand, oh my god, I can just see how bad it could go if Apple did this, because it would also be very anti-competitive. They would...
Oh, what you have, like... Oh, that'd be really... I'd love to see, like, Dell or Lenovo make an M1 laptop that ran, like, Windows and Linux. Oh, that'd be sick. Ooh.
Yeah.
Or remember that hot minute where Apple licensed macOS? And then everyone made better Macs than them. Yeah. They were like, oh, no, we can't do this. Well, we're losing money.
And that topic comes up every few years.
Yeah.
There's always somebody asking, so, hey, is Apple ever going to license the OS out again? And the talk gets like 15 minutes worth of attention, and then everyone drops it because they know it's never going to happen. Because, why?
Now,
why would they?
Well, now it's going to be like, all right, who are you going to license to? Who can make an ARM laptop that can run Mac OS now? The answer is no one. I know all those poor Hackintosh users who build all these big rigs, and they're like, oh, we'll run Mac OS forever. Nobody, your days are limited now.
Let's see. Jesse Corbin is saying that I'm taking credit for his quote. I'm not saying necessarily that I said the exact quote Corbin's remembering, but I have been saying this for a few years now. This is like old history with Qualcomm that people used to joke about this back in the Windows Mobile days. It's definitely not a new take. But yeah, sorry if you're the one who got Corbin's vision on that one.
It's very possible.
Let's see. True, but Qualcomm will become less and less of a monopoly, especially because 5G is more open and CDMA is dead.
I don't know if 5G is more open, because again, they own a lot of the patents on that. And
there are like 3 or 4 companies that own basically all the patents tied to 5G, and
yeah, it's like Qualcomm, Sony Ericsson, Nokia, and I guess MediaTek probably has some.
Yeah, I know MediaTek does. I know Qualcomm does. I hadn't thought about Sony Ericsson, but I think you're right.
Yeah. And then Nokia, not HMD Global Nokia, the real Nokia.
Yeah,
I think has some.
Man, and remember when HTC helped in developing LTE, and here we are with HTC basically dead. That's unfortunate.
I don't think HTC's made a 5G phone yet.
I don't think so either. No.
They haven't made a real flagship in like 2 years.
Man, it might even be 3 now. And depending on how you define flagship, it's been much longer. But yeah, that's that is rough.
I guess I can talk about the Chrome stuff since I've got 20 more minutes, and that's probably how long I'll rant about it.
All right, go for it. Because
yeah, so
I know what this is about, but
can I put links in your chat, or am I gonna get shadow banned?
Well, if you're linking to the post, I can just do it.
Yeah, okay.
It won't shadow ban you. It just YouTube doesn't let the link go through.
Yeah, I'm being cast into hell for posting a link to my own article.
Well, I pasted it into chat if anyone wants to follow it, but I also have it up on screen if people want to see.
Okay.
Well, sort of up on screen.
It's somewhere. So yeah, this is one of those things that like some people got really upset about.
Understandable.
And the details kept changing, so it was hard to know if the thing people were still upset about was still valid. So basically, this was on December 9th, but I wasn't on last week to complain about this because I had junk to do. But Google finally released the updated API for Chrome extensions, which is Manifest v3. Manifest v2 was in, I want to say like 2014 or 2015. So this is the first breaking change to Chrome extensions in a long time. And most of it is stuff that normal people won't care about at all. It's sort of aligning Chrome extensions more with how modern web development works. So like extensions that were running stuff in the background, basically how it worked for Chrome is that it was like a tab that just was never closed and all the processes ran in that. But now that's moving to be a service worker, which is what websites use to push notifications and do other stuff in the background.
Yeah.
Which means I now have to learn how to do service workers. But
that's what you're really mad about.
Yeah, I am upset. I'm gonna have to reprogram so much stuff. And yeah, there's a couple other bits, like the APIs are now, more of them are JavaScript promises, which again is more modern and the way people are programming now. But the big thing that got everyone's pants in a twist is that the API that content blockers and ad blockers use is being replaced. So the old API was called the Web Request API, and basically how it worked is that when you installed an extension, Chrome would pass every network request that the extension has permission for to the extension, and then it would process it and then send the result back to Chrome. And that sometimes worked okay, like when the programmers were competent. So like uBlock Origin obviously has worked great for a long time because it's optimized, but it had the potential to slow down if the code, like it would slow down the browser because it's waiting for the extension to talk back to it, which I think that's probably one of the bigger reasons why when people switch from Chrome to Edge, they think Edge is a better browser, when it's just like you don't have your 50 extensions installed that are modifying network requests. But that was sort of a privacy issue because these extensions usually aren't vetted well or at all, and they were essentially performing like a man-in-the-middle attack on everything you downloaded from the internet. So Google's been trying to move to more privacy focused APIs, and so this was part of it. So the new API is the declarative net request API. And basically how this works is that the extension gives Chrome a big list of things it needs to block or modify or whatever, big list of rules, and it just gives that to Chrome, and then Chrome itself does all the filtering. So the extension doesn't see every network request.
Right.
So that's better. Like, I'm happy about that as a user, because I've gotten to the point where I really don't install any extensions that I don't absolutely need, because these aren't vetted at all, and it probably leaking all my browser history. But there is one big issue that is still not resolved, and this is the big reason why everyone was complaining in the first place, and it's that there is an upper limit on the number of rules. So the current limit, as of so I had to dig. So Google sent me sent Android police all this in an embargo, and they had a description of a lot of the APIs. They had a quote from an AdBlock dev that said this was good. They didn't include anywhere what the upper limit was. So I had to go looking in the Chromium code, and sure enough, it's still exactly the same number it was a year ago when Google said they were going to increase it, which is 30,000, which sounds like a lot. Like, you're like, oh yeah, surely everything I need to block is fewer than 30,000 things. You'd be wrong.
Not even close.
So like the big list that every ad blocker uses is called
Easy List.
Yeah, Easy List. Easy List itself is over 60,000. So that's one list out of like the 50 that uBlock Origin ships with. And others have their own ones, and of course you can switch them out depending on what you want to do. You know, more right. Some people only like me. I don't really care that much about ad blocking itself. I more care about, like, I don't want my apps on my phone constantly calling back to Facebook. That's yes. Creepy. So that's what I like. On my next DNS, I just have all the privacy ones enabled. Ad blocking is just like, if it gets blocked, okay, but I'm not like trying to do that because that'd be a little bit hypocritical. But that's the issue, is that and I couldn't figure this out completely, but I believe that 30,000 is the shared pool across all extensions.
That's what I was gonna ask you about. Like,
yeah.
If it would have been realistic for an ad blocker to just like straight up say, okay, we have 60,000 addresses.
Yeah.
But these are
like you'd
for
have
privacy.
Like uBlock
these
Origin 1,
these
uBlock Origin 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, again, like the documentation I was reading is kind of it's confusing because there's like there's different maximums. So there's like a max of regular rules, and then there's a different maximum for rules that are regular expressions. And then there's the 30,000 is the guarantee. Is that the? Yeah, that's the current for static rules. So like, just like a list of text with asterisks for wildcards, and that kind of, like, basically the formatting that like ad blockers use for their block list. I'm like 90% sure that 30,000 is shared, but again, there's different variables, and I haven't tested this personally myself, so I'm not entirely sure. Now, Google did say a year ago that they were going to raise this, and in Chrome, Google apparently told 9 to 5 Google that they were going to raise the limit to 300,000 starting in Chrome 89, which that's a lot better. That's probably going to, at that point, I think the number of people complaining because they're affected would drop pretty close to zero. And I think at that point, the people who need more stuff can either just switch to a different browser or do like network level blocking. Because with 300,000, you can fit a couple of the more popular lists in there. That's less of an issue.
Yeah.
But again, it is still, developers have to rewrite everything. And Google got real pissy at my title for this post. They reached out to one of the editors and asked why I didn't include the quote from the AdBlock dev. Which they got the developer for was it AdBlock? Yeah, AdBlock Plus, and their developer said they were happy Google listened to us and we've been working with them closely. And anyone who's used AdBlock Plus knows that it has a lot of exemptions for websites that pay them to unblock their ads. It's basically just an ad mafia. So it doesn't surprise me that they probably come under the limit of 60,000 because they probably don't block a whole lot of stuff at this point.
Well, and not only that, but who's to say Google isn't one of the payers at this stage? Because AdBlock Plus used to always kind of market itself as we only block the bad ones.
Yeah.
We really want to play nice, and we want good advertisers to get through. And of course, by reputation, Google was one of the good advertisers because they weren't big fans of pushing ads, like flash ads. They weren't big fans of pushing auto-playing videos or any of that kind of garbage. So of course everyone's like, oh yeah, definitely, let's call Google one of the good advertisers. Hell, I called Google one of the good advertisers. But that's also before people started pushing JavaScript through AdSense that would like hijack browser sessions and do stuff like that.
I was about to say Google is generally good except that one time frame where people started using code that would break out of the ad container and just redirect your whole page, and it took Google like months to
years.
They weren't cleaning up their platform. No, they were implementing browser level protections against this.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, goes back to like, hey, maybe, just trying to automate everything isn't the right angle here, but that's not Google. I remember that because I remember writing like the post about how to enable like the Chrome flag for doing that, and that got so many views.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time I'd write about it, because people are like, I want my phone to stop redirecting.
This was a problem that Android Police had. I can't count how many times we would see in comments. People would drop in and say, hey, just so you know, the first time I tried visiting this page, it just immediately sent me to this other page where it tried to load malware on my device or tried to push a download for some malware. Like that sort of thing, we can't do anything about it at AP. And just even having to answer people who are complaining about this, it's like, what are we supposed to do? Like, we can't fix this, and they think we're the guilty party. But it's 100% because Google's allowing some a-hole to push that garbage code.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with Qualcomm, where there's very little competition. So, like, what are you gonna do? Like, what were we gonna do at Android? Please switch to Bing ads? Like, no. There'd be enough money for like one writer.
Yeah. So this sort of thing, it's a problem. And I mean, don't get me wrong, ad blockers obviously are kind of undermining that whole system anyway. But at the same time, there's a reason why people were using them. It's not, honestly, I don't think most people ever really cared that much about ads being present. if if you have to load up a page and scroll down a little bit, big deal. No, yes, some people care that the top of the page might have an ad on it. Some people care that you might have ads on the side. But the reality is, most people never cared about just having ads. They started caring when the ads were doing weird tracking behavior.
Yeah.
They started caring when you had auto-playing videos and audio. They started caring if the ad redirected you to another page through hinky methods. That's why people use ad blockers most of the time. Sometimes it's also because, the reason I originally started using an ad blocker was page weight without ads would be 10K. Yeah. With ads, suddenly you're up to half a meg, and that
especially in the days of Flash ads, where you'd get several blocks of Flash ads that are multiple megabytes each, and in the olden days we don't have good internet. I still don't have good internet, but and that would take forever, and it's better now, kind of, because now browsers are starting to load stuff asynchronously, and a lot of stuff doesn't even get loaded now until you scroll down to it.
Yeah.
So we're getting better at that. Still not great.
Which it is such a weird thing that we're now to the stage. Believe me, I'm not under any illusions that there are people who aren't still on bad internet, but it took us until the point where a lot of people are on LTE or 5G wireless connections, and at home tons and tons of people have fiber, before someone's like, you know what, let's fix browsers and let's fix the whole system so that now we can lazy load, and that way we'll save people a little bit of data. I'm sorry, but that's
have this 10 years.
Hell, 10 years. Let's go back to the start of Chrome. If Chrome had done this and as one of its launch features, let's say, holy crap, can you imagine how much people would have been like, no, forget it, Internet Explorer's done, it's dead, we're going Chrome right now. Their uptake would have tripled if they had done that from the start and actually encouraged that sort of a thing to happen.
Yeah, no, it is insane. Do you remember that nice window in time when Flash was starting to go on its way out, but it was still how every ad operated, so you could kind of block ads by just setting Flash to only run when you clicked on it.
Oh yeah,
those were the days. That was nice.
Yeah.
And then HTML5 took over, and then everything got slow again, and then we figured out how to lazy load stuff. But yeah, no, there is definitely an attention economy going on where the ads have to keep building up on one another. You used to just be able to have static ads and people would notice those, and then you have to get some that moved, and then the other ads had to also implement animation so that people would look at them just as much as they looked at the other ones. And then we got to the point where a lot of these would have auto playing sound and stuff, and then browsers had to be like, okay, you can't play sound automatically anymore, you lost that privilege, you ruined it. And then now we've got the playing ads that may or may not have music, with the drop down menus and the pop-ups that say subscribe to our newsletter. Yeah.
So the one that the thing that I can never not laugh about, and this is a long time ago, but I remember when pop under ads were added, or rather the pop under API. This may be too far back for you to really remember, but somebody, I think it was, God, for some reason I'm really thinking Firefox did this, but I could be wrong. Anyway, somebody announced that they were adding pop under, and it did get widespread support. And at the time, every browser maker was trying to say, no, this is good. We want to add pop under because what it'll allow advertisers to do is create a bunch of ads that won't disrupt from your current browser session. So you visit a web page and it's just gonna open up like 3 or 4 windows underneath your current.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Like you get like it's just the pop-up ads, but they show up behind instead of right in front of you.
Yeah. So when you close your browser, you'll see these garbage ads. They'll just litter your desktop, and you'll have to clean up after all of them. Yeah, that was a thing browser makers were trying to peddle back then, and it was ridiculous, but you could always tell that browser makers were not against terrible advertising. That was the big revelation moment that I think a lot of people recognize. Okay, they're really not on our side. They're trying to work with other companies to push terrible advertising practices.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like Google is really changing that narrative with this whole thing. Granted, maybe if they do expand to 300,000 as their limit, I might feel differently, but
I think Google's strategy right here, and I think that's why they got so defensive over the what I wrote, is I know a lot of people saw this initially and they saw the previous news about this when Google was still developing the API. My camera's out of focus again. Come on, guys. When Google was initially developing this API and the uBlock origin dev made a big stink about it publicly. And I think that the easy conclusion to jump there is that Google is doing this because they're an advertising company and they want to make ad blockers as difficult to use as possible. I don't think that's their motivation. It might be, and I'm just really gullible, but I do get the impression that Google cares. I think their main focus with this is just privacy, because they've had you can do a you can do a Google news search for Chrome Web Store, and once a month for every year for the past decade, there's some article about how an extension with 500,000 users was sucking everyone's data dry.
Yeah.
And this happens all the time, and Google is always way too late to respond to it. And they want to nip that in the bud. And part of that is not handing every network request to content blockers, which most people, that's the big extension that everyone gets first, is an ad blocker. Or something else that uses that API.
Well, so much so that that was basically, Apple didn't even hide the fact that was the purpose that they added extension support when they did, or the method for doing it, and they created an API specifically for that purpose. So, which of course is basically the API Google has now copied.
Yeah, that's like the same thing with Samsung Internet, is that they've had extensions for a while, but it's just like a wrapper around a block list. That's what it is. And only very recently have they tried to implement Chrome's API. I don't think their number one goal here is to step on ad blockers, but I think it's really easy to interpret it that way, and I think that's why they were being defensive. Is because they're really if I was a federal prosecutor, or if I was someone in the higher up of the EU, it would be really easy now for me to make a case that Google is using its influence as the main browser vendor to support its advertising business.
Yeah. Well, and it's really not hard. It's not hard to see this and say, this is one of those things where you might technically be doing something, or you might be able to tell people there's a good reason for the thing you're doing, but we know better. Yeah. So you're doing something good, but for bad reasons.
Yeah. And that comes up a lot with every software platform.
Yeah.
I've lost track of how many times some API change in Android has made the Android Police comment section just explode.
Yeah.
Like it's happened like 10 times for every recent Android release at least.
Mm-hmm.
So it is hard to get that across.
By the way, really quickly, anyone listening, let me know if you've gotten like some really weird loud chirps or pops. I'm curious if it's just me or if it's a bigger issue.
It's in my headset on the way out.
Well, I'm not sure if it's your head. It could be your headset. It could be mine just playing into my ears. No sounds? Okay. Or my other theory is maybe it was VLC playing the music and it was like goofing up between songs or something. I wasn't really paying close enough attention.
My headset has the loopback thing where I hear myself. I haven't heard anything weird. So I don't know if it's me or not. Could also be Chitsy having a day.
Yeah, there are too many possibilities, which is always the problem.
I was kidding. You were a little bit stuttery earlier, but I don't know if that was Jitsi or my internet or what. So Jesse said, I think Google sees ad blockers as a threat long-term to their ad business and the overall health of the web, and they would rather just use search to keep you from needing ad block to fix sites. Yeah, I think Google's not stupid. I know they've tried a couple times to rein in some of the bad behaviors because they like this is sort of what I keep waiting for is for this like the .com bubble burst. I keep waiting for that to happen with online advertising because like you think eventually it will get to the point where the number of people with ad blockers outweighs any appreciable revenue a website can make, and this whole industry will just explode.
Well, except mobile changed
that. That's what I mean. Like, it's a little bit scary, and I try not to think about it. But the main thing keeping the online advertising industry afloat right now is specifically the fact that Google owns Chrome, and and Android is the most popular OS, and Chrome is the default on Android. That's basically it. Because every other I think we're pretty much at the point where every other web browser has some kind of ad blocking or privacy blocking by default.
Well, maybe not by default, but at least it's not that hard to add it and turn it on.
Yeah. So it's pretty much just the fact that most web traffic is coming from mobile, and on there, most people are either using Chrome or another web browser that doesn't have this on, or they just don't care to.
Yeah.
And that's holding this whole industry together. It's a little bit frightening. But and like they've tried to rein in this before. Like they did this whole push like 2 years ago with the Coalition for Better Ads, which is basically all these guidelines that say like don't do interstitial ads, which is you see an ad, you have to click somewhere to see the page.
Yeah.
Don't do like floating blocks that take up more than 30% of the screen. Don't do autoplaying videos with sound. And at some point Google said that they would like review websites and ads that broke these and turn ads off on Chrome for the sites that were abusing these. I don't think there were ever any high profile cases of that happening. I know Google has said like, because like when they would do that, they would let the server admin know, the website admin know, like, hey, you need to get your shit together in like 2 weeks or we're turning ads off on your website. I never saw that happen in real time, but Google says they've done it. So I think Google definitely does acknowledge, or they definitely do get like, if this gets much worse, then the balance will shift, and then just so many people will be using ad blockers that it'll be even harder for us to function as a business. But also Google itself is so diversified that if advertising slips off, then they wouldn't be completely dead.
Oh no, Google definitely has plenty of other avenues for making money at this stage. So okay, and Jesse, you brought up exactly what I was just gonna say. CNET is one of those companies, or rather one of those websites that they break the rules. Nobody disputes the fact that CNET is one of the bad players in the industry. And because auto-playing videos, ads that cover the entire page and you have to click through, doing sort of weird JavaScript hinky stuff where, like, after certain periods of time, it pushes you to other pages or does it. Man, CNET has done it all. And the thing is, Corbin, you just said there haven't been any high-profile cases. I think that's the thing, is Google has done this to the content farms, the websites that were like scraping other sites and reposting stuff, or that were just like posting weird auto-generated articles and things like that. They've been taking down stuff on those sites, but man, I don't think they do it to like CNET. I don't think they do it to. I'm trying to think of any of the other bad offenders, and I can think of a few, but I'm not going to name their names because because we have to put up with them.
I'm thinking of one specifically that's like just the most atrocious website I've ever seen. I'm gonna text it to you so you can laugh at it.
I mean, I think I know what you're gonna send, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure you do know because I've already complained about them.
Oh yeah, okay, not who I was thinking of, but that's true too.
No, they're so bad. I can't see the text on their website.
I thought you were gonna name one of the other Android sites, but yeah, okay. This one probably is worse, but not by much. I mean,
they're all bad. They don't do it to Android Place. That's right. We don't have auto-playing ads. I mean, auto-playing videos in the corner.
I just responded with the one I thought you were going to name.
Yeah, they're bad. I haven't owned my dog once in. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think Google does get that at some point. There'll be a reckoning. And they've sort of done that with... they're sort of doing a different approach now where, as of a couple Chrome releases ago, they actually monitor like the CPU and RAM usage of frames, and if it gets too high, then they kill it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I've seen
yeah.
that and I've seen some people make funny jokes when some big website has like 5 ad blocks that have the message like this ad was using too many system resources.
Yeah, no, that's never ever happened to AP. There are multiple editors who have said that they use ad blockers on AP just because otherwise they couldn't have more than a couple tabs open.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, we've all said it at some point.
I definitely had to do that when I started, for sure. Like, it would get to the point where Chrome would just like become not responsive at all. But that was when I had like a lot of tabs open, and that was before like we discovered this magical lazy load technology. So it's probably better now. But yeah.
And so to Jesse's slightly earlier comment, as he said, I would say it's a safe bet Google doesn't like ad blockers, but are extremely aware that they have to fix the world around ad blockers to get rid of them. Banning is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, I mean, they have to walk a very fine line.
It's just like the video game industry, right? At some point, parents and stores kept complaining about how violent video games were getting, and the government was basically like, okay, you either regulate yourselves or I'm going to come in and regulate for you. And that's how we got the ESRB ratings board. So
in just a second, I actually want to come back to the government stepping in thing, because there's a trending topic on Twitter I want to hit, but we'll hit that in a second. Yeah, the thing is, it is such a difficult conversation to have, because and it doesn't matter where you sit in that conversation, unless you want to be sort of like the GNU Nazis in the like everything should be free kind of, like, you can take a hardline stance, but for everyone else they have to kind of try to play a balance, because killing the advertising industry entirely isn't going to work. And advertisers want to have certain things, and if they're not getting certain things that work for them, then they're going to lose their crap, and it's going to hurt all the companies that rely on advertising for money. That being said, people don't want the experience to suck, and most of the things that advertisers want is stuff that people say sucks. So, this is how
it's almost like capitalism doesn't have people's best interests in mind.
Shocking. But this is how we ended up with otherwise really simple websites that have almost that have purely static content that doesn't do that much, and surrounding that is the equivalent of a TV commercial that never stops. I mean, this is the problem that we've hit. The content and quality of a website feels secondary to the ads that are surrounding it.
Yeah.
And
I definitely get that impression with some websites I go to.
Yeah, and I mean, really, Google has to walk that fine line of saying, well, we really want it to be good, but at the same time, we don't, we're an offender of this, so how far can we push ourselves down without hurting ourselves too much? And ideally, can we push our competitors further down? But, not so far that we're going to get in trouble for doing it. Yeah. I don't know how you square that circle.
Jesse said it's a shame Google killed that project where you could put money in a bucket to bid on filling their ads with empty space or cat pics.
They killed that project twice.
Yeah. Well, was that Google Contributor, or was that something different?
Contributor, yes, I think that was the name of it. Yeah. But yeah, they launched it 2 separate times, and both times killed it because it was failing.
Yeah, and we got Android Police got so many complaints for that. Mm-hmm. Because it was was that Contributor or was that something else?
I think it went by a different name the second time. But
okay, yeah, it was whatever Google did last time, where there was code in it where if you was that? This can't have been. I think it was Google. But anyway, we got a lot of complaints because if it detected you had ad blocking enabled or something like it, then it just wouldn't let you see the page at all. And so we had a bunch of people complaining I can't read Ape on my corporate network anymore, or all these other niche cases where they block some of Google's servers. And it was a mess. Google, yeah. Oh, that's giving me flashbacks.
Okay, there's actually gonna be 3 links here. Let's see, I think I have the right ones. Yeah. Oh wait, no, never mind. So that was the one where we said we're ending support for Contributor 2.0. And it was, what is this? Oh, is it a week later? Wait, January 17, 2017. Oh. Maybe 2.0 never shut down. I'm not totally sure now.
I thought it did a long time after we dropped it.
It's possible. I'm unclear, but we have a couple of posts about the fact that Contributor was shutting down, but I don't know that 2.0 actually shut down.
So it says, Wikipedia says, wait, Contributor. Does the web's page still load?
That would be very googly for it to be dead.
Contributor.google.com does not load. Which sounds like it's dead.
But yeah. Anyway, this is so indicative of the problem. It was a multi-time failure because Even if it's still around, it kind of doesn't matter because nobody uses it. I haven't seen any mention of contributor in at least a couple years.
Yeah.
Jesse says it loads for him.
Maybe that's my DNS added again.
Could be. Well, and part of the problem with at least the original contributor, I don't know if they ever really solved it in the second one, but one of the big problems was all it did was hide Google ads, and it was like it did weird things. If I remember correctly, I think if it hid an ad, the original thing that it would do is it would just leave blank space, or it didn't fill the space, something like that. So website layouts just suddenly start breaking. The website would look like garbage, and it's like, oh good, you just didn't load an ad. Now our layouts suck. And so you'd have to try to build new layouts, but there was no way to detect contributor was even not loading those ads. It didn't have an API to tell that. So the first contributor sucked for that reason, and I think Google's response is they fixed it later so that you could I think you could put in an option. So if your layout wouldn't adapt properly, what you could do is tell it that the layout needed to stay that way, and instead of loading ads, contributor would load cat pictures or something. Or, I don't know, something really bizarre like that. It was just loading random weird stuff that was supposed to be cute.
I think I remember Reddit doing something like that. Like when you paid for the Reddit whatever subscription, it would put cats on your thing, which was cute.
Yeah. Anyway, so Contributor 2.0 got better at this, but as far as I'm aware, it still never really fixed the issue that if you were paying for Contributor and went to a website that maybe loaded ads from 2 or 3 different networks, you still got the ads from those other networks. And so this never really worked. This doesn't get rid of ads, it just gets rid of ads from one company, and that's not cutting it.
And eventually you get to the meat of the issue, which is most people will not pay for content that is available for free. It's right.
Exactly.
You'll get some people who, really like something, they'll give money to it, and that's why Patreon exists and all these other platforms. But it's just if someone can choose between get this for free or pay for this, they'll choose the free option, even if the free option comes with ads, or if the company is tracking you to make up for the lack of revenue, which is what has happened countless times with free extensions and free smartphone apps and everything else. So yeah, like I tried to tackle this with my TipJar browser extension that I spent a couple months on, and it gives you a little bell in your browser's toolbar when the website you're on supports some kind of direct donations or contributions or whatever. And I couldn't get any news sites to cover it because that's just not something people are interested in.
Yeah, and to be fair, it does sound like something that could be a scam.
Yeah, it does, but it's still frustrating.
Yeah, it sucks that a legitimate thing can feel like a scam. Okay, so Jesse did post a screenshot showing contributors still loading, plus one of the pre-2.0 placeholders, which, now that I'm seeing it, I remember that too. I would have sworn they had a different one originally, but maybe not. Maybe I am mixing it up with Reddit. But yeah, those placeholders were... they worked, but they weren't really a good solution. Also, Jesse said the greatest thing, and I completely agree with it. Contributors should have just become one of the Google One perks. That would have been a good way to move the needle on Contributor. Because a lot more people, honestly, I would bet anything. I would put money on this right now. Contributor had less than 1% of the number of subscribers Google One has. I would bet that. I will bet on so few things, and that's one I would bet on, because contributor, nobody gave a crap about it.
I'm trying to think, like, I can't imagine the logistics of trying to figure this out, of like which advertisers get what money based on clicks that might have otherwise happened if this person didn't have a subscription that removed ads.
I mean, but that was a problem that you already had with contributor.
Yeah. But my brain hurts thinking about that. Like, I know they kind of did this with YouTube Premium, but they're... Yeah.
And also...
That would be... And it would make Google One... It would have to make Google One more expensive, I would think.
Also, Google One never paid the advertisers. Or sorry, not Google One. Google Contributor never paid the advertisers. It was just direct to the sites.
Which is how YouTube Premium works too.
Yeah.
So that'd be a lot to figure out.
Well, I don't know. I've heard people argue a few times that YouTube Premium doesn't really work out that well for the channels. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure that that's the main issue. What it does do, and this actually tracks back to a complaint I had about YouTube starting to show ads on non-partner videos. What it does do is it changes the dynamic of the negotiation that Google or YouTube is already doing with advertisers. It sets a precedent where, and it makes more sense in the case of contributor and less in the case of YouTube, but it creates a situation where you're fighting, where advertisers have to fight harder in order to get the same quality and count and view count. They have to pay more, fight harder to get less. And that does kind of suck for them, and as a result, like, especially YouTube channels that were making good ad money are now going to make less, because YouTube can spread the good ads out to channels that aren't getting paid for those ads. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this creates a bad situation in various ways. But with contributor, it made sense, and with YouTube Premium, it makes sense. Whereas it's a lot crappier for it was a lot crappier for showing YouTube or ads on YouTube videos that aren't getting paid for them. Anyway, yeah. that whole thing there.
Yeah, advertising sucks. That's just the TLDR.
It does, but like I'm not gonna hate on advertising. I'm just gonna say the sucky ads suck and sucky advertisers suck, which I know, totally obvious, but there are ways to do good advertising.
Yeah, the whole issue here is that targeted ads make the most money, and to get targeted ads, you just have to collect a shitload of information about someone. So this is just intertwined with all the privacy issues we're dealing with, where, you know, Google's scanning my Gmail for things they can target me about and stuff like that, and it's just all frustrating and gross.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, part of the reason I don't use Chrome anymore, because I'm sure they were using, well, I mean, they use Chrome browser history at least to tell what you would be interested on, like the Google feed. I don't know if they ever plug that directly into you know, their ads tracking, but it's at least some targeting based on your usage there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta say, okay, so I've never actually had a problem with the idea of targeted ads or an ad system that is, you know, I'm just gonna say it, I never really minded an ad system based on what is effectively spyware. I don't care that some algorithm out there decided, oh, you're looking for camping equipment. Well, let's just make sure you see ads for camping stuff for the next 3 months. I don't care. If it's smart enough to recognize, oh, you're not a family, you're one person who's going out camping. Maybe you're going with one other person. Okay, we're going to show you cheap camping gear, and we're going to show you small tents. We're not going to show you big expensive stuff. Like, good. Show me those ads. That's fine. I don't care. Now, I would care a lot more if it's like somebody who's snooping through your stuff, and I have very little faith that ad companies aren't doing that too. I mean, let's be honest. This is exactly the sort of stuff Amazon does, and Amazon acted all offended when Ring was doing that sort of stuff with videos. People working at Ring were just straight up looking at your videos. But, you know what? As long as people aren't straight up snooping you personally, like let's say somebody applies at Google, if Google then is like, okay, let's see what his ad profile looks like.
Yeah.
That I would have a problem with. I don't.
And that's what I worry about is somewhere within Google and somewhere within Amazon and somewhere within Bing and Microsoft, there's some database that someone can theoretically open and look at everything I'm interested in and all the pages I've been to, and the fact that in the past so many of these companies have been really eager to work with the US government on, when someone's trying to get a profile on someone without getting a warrant. Like Microsoft was one of the first people on board with the PRISM program, which where the NSA just surveyed everyone, or still does probably. So that's my main concern. And then also the fact that data is sort of like the currency here in this market. It's not necessarily how much money's getting thrown around. It's the data you keep collecting on someone is worth a lot of money. And Google one day could be like, all right, we'll license this data, in the same way that like the three major credit tracking companies all exchange data with each other.
Yeah.
So again, like what Google is doing right now, where they're keeping it all in house, like I guess that's okay, but that could change at any time. And then also that keeps competitors from coming up as easily.
Yeah.
Just because like I mean, Google does this all the time, where there's something like someone comes up with a cool idea, and this is like Facebook's prime business model, is someone comes up with a cool idea, and then they clone it, but they make it better because they have so much data available about the person using it already, and
you
then
say they
all
make
the
it
competitors
better.
die out.
I would argue they just make it more invasive.
Yeah, it's possible.
But and yeah, Jesse brought this up in chat too, and Google promises that all the information that they collect is not going to be sold off, that they're not sending it out to any of their advertisers. All they do is they let the advertisers come and say, we want to market to this group, here are the criteria we want to target, and Google makes it happen. And that's good. I knew I would wake up the phone on one of those. So that's good, and I'm in favor of that. I still, and I know Google is not going to care that much about looking at data about me, but I don't know that. And to some extent, it does bother me a little bit that this is a company that could, if someone decided, pop it open and look at my search history and say, oh yeah, okay, we know what it is that you're looking at. And again, like this is like it's like a monetary asset for Google. So it's something that, in the event, let's say if hell freezes over and the federal government decides to break up Google, like which part of Google do they have to sell off this data because it's too much, or which part of this new Google gets that, and maybe the new company that gets it decides to sell it off. And it's a lot of power in one place. Well, there's that, and I agree with you there. What would kind of worry me, and I brought this up in various other ways before, it's that if you were to break up Google in general, damn it, always waking up the phones. Can we please just have it be called not Siri, but something like that? I'm never going to accidentally say Siri. Anyway, could we not have some sort of, or what's going to happen if the line that they try to draw creates that issue where there's no synergy anymore? Because I mean, the reason Google seems like the good guy here is because they are able to say, yeah, we're not sharing all this stuff, and that's great. They're not sharing the stuff, and I honestly, for the most part, think Google really doesn't actually look at any of our personal data. I don't think they care. Like, I'm sure there's people who are poking around and they're like, how can we make the system better? Okay, let's look at a sampling of like 20,000 people. I don't doubt for a second that they're doing a little bit of lightweight snooping. I don't think they care. It's not like they're looking at politicians, like specifically picking out politicians and figuring out what they're looking at. I think they're just like, yeah, hey, here, let's grab 30,000 people, see what kind of stuff they're looking at. Oh, you know, we see a trend where these kind of people are looking at these kinds of things. Maybe we should find a way to enhance the system so it gets the ads to them better. This is the kind of stuff I don't care about. That I'm okay with this, and I know not everyone would be, but this is where it makes sense, and this is where it works. But if Google gets broken up, at what point do they say, well, you know, we can't, like, maybe they're saying you can't both display the ads and sell the advertising. Like, somehow these two things have to be broken up.
And if I was Google, that would 100% be something I hold over Congress's head. Like, oh, you want to break us up? Then we might have to start sharing all this data we've collected.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's literally, it's a weird poison pill that they've created, where in order to bring balance back to the industry, you're also saying, hey, you have to literally make privacy worse for everybody. Is that what you want on your head? To make privacy worse for everybody, just so you can presumably bring competition back to an industry that, look around, there's competition. You can see it. Just do a web search on Google. Okay, sorry. That last part is a fun little poke, but it is a real problem, and I don't know how you solve that.
Yeah, which is why, like, I still think, like, out of all the ideas I've heard, I still think, like, making Chrome its own entity would be, like, the best case, and like one of the best ways to do this.
It would be a good start.
Yeah, because like Chrome can 100% survive on its, like, Chrome doesn't even need to make money, like, right? Kind of like how, like,
but
the
if somebody
Linux
buys it, they're gonna want it to.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, you'd have it, like, again, like I've already said this, I want Chrome to be like the Linux kernel, where it's just like this organization where that, like, companies contribute to, and then they get to use the code, and that's how that works. I know it's not going to happen, but it'd be nice.
Yeah, and I like that premise. I like that idea, but man, I'm also picturing, and I know that this hasn't technically happened to Linux, but at the same time it kind of has. I could totally picture this bloated mess of a browser occurring as a result of this, because so many people can see what they want Chrome to become, or what they would want a browser that is sort of that open community format. So many different groups want so many different things to exist within that space, and I'm not sure how anyone's going to keep that from becoming a bloated mess.
Yeah, and like, well, first I would argue it already is a bloated mess.
That part's definitely true.
Chrome has become like Google's Trojan horse to all desktop things it needs to do natively. Like in Chrome now, Chrome actually has like a malware scanner in it. If you're on Windows and Mac, it actually scans files you download. It has all the sending files bullshit that Android has now and Chrome OS.
Yeah.
It has like the notification mirroring and like the copy paste stuff. It's just Google's like, we need to have some kind of desktop integration. Everyone already has Chrome installed, so we're just gonna put it in here. But besides that, I do agree Google has generally been a good owner of Chrome. Like, it's astounding how quickly the web has iterated over the past decade.
Yes.
And I think they've done a pretty good balance of like keeping older stuff working while pushing forward. But yeah, I also don't like that they own the biggest web browser and also the biggest email provider and also the biggest operating system.
Well, by any objective standard, Google, and you could have said this back in, no exaggeration, back in the 90s, the late 90s, when Google was still basically brand new. You could have legitimately argued and said Google is the biggest web company there is. Now, obviously, there were other companies that were larger. Like you could obviously have pointed at Yahoo at the time, but nobody was doing as much stuff with the web, as widespread with the web as Google. Yeah. And that's what their thing has always been. And so, sure, they at one point said, let's do web browser, because the other options out there are not good enough. They're not moving. They're not doing things.
And our business relies on good web browser.
Yeah. And so everything that they did, at any point, someone can point to and say, yeah, it totally makes sense. And the result of it was good. It's just now that we're at a megacorp that has their hands in everything, even into the military. Well, yeah, now they look pretty freaking scary because they did a bunch of good things that all just worked out a little too well.
Yeah. And my food is about to get here, so I have to go. But real quick, I am going to answer what Carson said, because I have to answer this almost every time Chrome gets brought up. I have to slap it down. He said, it's good that Android and Chrome are open source at least. Okay. But the issue there is that if someone else decides they want to take over Chrome development, that now means that they have to be the ones bankrolling dozens of developers, dozens of security testers, because if you ever look at like Chrome change logs, it's like Android, where there's like 100 massive security flaws that get patched every single month. That just means that someone else has to take on all that. And that's why pretty much everything is Chromium based now, because it turns out it's a lot easier to just let Google do that instead of trying to do it yourself. Like even Microsoft decided they didn't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Like they got their ass handed them at every single Black Hat event for the past decade with Internet Explorer, and they finally decided, okay, we're just going to let Google do this.
Yeah. And I was going to bring up those competition, or not competitions, whatever they are, the bounty programs. That's what I was looking for. The bounty programs exist largely because this is such a hard thing to do, and there are people who are poking and prodding at web browsers all the time anyway for various reasons. So this is expensive stuff. It costs a fortune, and no one company can even do it. As much as as much as Google is already spending on it, that's still a drop in the bucket compared to how much goes into security testing. And not just that, you said dozens of developers, it's hundreds.
I mean, hundreds. like when you combine like the people paid full time at Google and like the open source contributors, and then now everyone at Microsoft who's contributing, and everyone at Opera, and you know.
And that's also not even counting in, because to some extent Chromium, I guess both, do have contributions coming from private companies too. That it is a little like the Linux kernel in that way, where somebody says, oh hey, there's this niche that we really care about because it's fundamental to our business, and oh hey, we spotted a bug in the browser. Well, we could report it to you and you might not get to it. Or we could just have our own developers fix this thing and send the patch to you. You can look at it, decide if you want it. You're going to say yes because we fixed probably a security issue. And yeah, it'll get integrated. That's obviously not as widespread as it is in Linux, but it is happening. And
yeah, well, I mean, it is exactly like the Linux kernel, because like even like there's been times where I know for a while Qualcomm, or was it, yeah, I think it was Qualcomm, they had like their own like fork of Chromium that had a lot of like Snapdragon specific integrations, and then eventually I think most or all of us got merged back into it. But yeah, it is like that where there's so many different entities kind of doing their own thing and they all eventually get merged in. Carson said, what company or nonprofit even has the resources or money to maintain it? Not a lot. Or actually, let me correct that. A lot of companies, but most of them do not care. They don't want to do it. Like I'm sure like oil companies could probably do it, but they don't want to make a web browser.
Yeah.
Like realistically, it would, again, we'd be in like a TikTok situation where it's like, all right, which shitty tech company wants to take over? wants this? It's gonna be like IBM or Oracle or someone else.
Microsoft, Apple.
Yeah.
I mean, they can do it. Apple, I doubt would want to. Microsoft has already thrown in the towel.
Apple is already pretty behind with Safari, but I know a lot of the stuff they're behind with Safari is the stuff they choose to leave out because they want the App Store to remain competitive.
Yeah, and that's one of the other problems, is anybody who were to pick up Chrome, if an individual company were to buy it, they're going to have their own motives behind it, and they're going to want to pick, or they're going to pick things to add or leave out based on their motives, which...
Actually, it'd be really funny is if this was like a so you know how there's like a bunch of different brands that get picked up by just like they're like zombie brands, and then someone makes like a phone or a tablet with them, like RCA or whoever.
Yeah.
You know what I want is I want a company to license it. Let me see. I think it's Verizon who technically owns Netscape now.
Yeah.
Can Verizon make a Chromium fork with Netscape writing? Oh, that'd be sick.
That would be neat.
That'd be neat. Because Netscape got bought by AOL, and then Verizon bought it. Yeah. So I think Verizon owns them now.
Yeah. Well,
That'd
unless maybe it could have ended up in the hands of, was it a Russian company that bought up Yahoo? Or part of Yahoo was, okay, so AOL I think was technically bought by Yahoo, and then Yahoo got bought by...
No, I think it was...
Am I mixing up companies?
No. I think it was Verizon bought AOL and Yahoo as like different purchases.
I thought one of them bought the other, and then Verizon scooped up the conglomeration and it all, I thought, happened in a very short span of time. Maybe I am mistaken.
I don't think so. Let me see.
And then
AOL is a brand owned by Verizon Media.
And then I think the other company that I'm talking about was, I want to say Yandex, but I'm not even sure that's right. It's been long enough now that I just, this was all ridiculous crap not to care about, and now it's immediately relevant.
Yeah, and it's probably one of those brands where it's probably like those games where like no one can really figure out who owns it.
Yeah.
Because it's been so long, like who owns the copyright? I don't know.
Well, and then at some point, I know Verizon sold a part of what they owned to that other company that owned part of Yahoo.
Because like Yahoo Japan is still like pretty much its own thing.
Yeah, right. And because they gave up a portion of that stuff, it's unclear if like maybe Netscape traveled with that. There's so many weird little edge cases on what any of that stuff is, and the details don't even, like, they're not even like publicly official in many cases.
I don't know, maybe you wouldn't need their permission to make a Netscape browser.
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know how many people would care.
Also, I don't know what the duration is on a trademark ownership, but the name Netscape, eventually, if you aren't using it, that trademark dies anyway. So, you might be able to just use the name and that's it. Like, they might not be able to do anything about it.
I'm gonna do it. Be on the lookout for Netscape navigators powered by Chromium.
I mean, I would actually love to see that. That would be hilarious.
I mean, it would be more on brand for it to be based on Firefox. Because Firefox was the continuation of that code.
Yes.
Yeah,
so and I would agree with that. That being said,
it needs to, it needs to be like, it needs to have the spinning. Actually, this is actually an idea I had a little while ago, and I still do want to make it. It's just a browser extension that adds that little like spinny loading thing when you're loading a website. I want to make that. That's fun.
Wait, Jesse says Wikipedia says Netscape is still owned by Verizon. So assuming Wikipedia is up to date, which I mean 50-50 odds.
I can't imagine there's many breaking events happening with Netscape. It's probably up to date.
Right. But yeah, I imagine that's probably true. And it just kind of makes sense because if Netscape had traveled to somebody correct me if I'm wrong, was it Yandex? I think that was the other company that was involved in this whole mess. If it was Yandex, it would make no sense for the Netscape name to have traveled to them because it would have been completely worthless in their hands. Whereas at the very least, Verizon might have wanted to still own that name.
Yeah. Kind of surprised they haven't done anything with it. I wonder if maybe that doesn't have as much staying power as like a lot of the other brands from the 90s.
Hell, I would argue it would be a negative thing. You were just saying that it would be more on brand if it stayed Firefox, or if you had chosen Firefox to base it on. I would argue it is more on brand in terms of the experience if it was Opera. Because Netscape was a dumpster fire through 85% of its existence. It was bloated. It had weird stuff that shouldn't have been there. They were pushing ads through it for a while. Like, they were the horrible company. I mean, but they were worse. Yeah. They really were. Netscape was the terrible company that we all mock. Like, even Microsoft for having been. They were worse.
That was mostly before my time. Yeah. I remember using like the later some of the last versions on my Mac to get around the parental controls because the parental controls only touched Safari.
Right.
But no, like the earliest browser I used was like Safari 1, like that era. That's about it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. Yeah, my food's here. I gotta go now.
All right, man. Well, take it easy. Right. I guess we'll be talking tomorrow. Yeah. I think.
Yeah, or very, very late tonight whenever I finish the the OBS garbage. Yeah.
Well, no bye. Promises I won't be sleeping. Anyway, take it easy, man.
I wish I would.
All right. So, yeah, oh my God, that whole mess. But all of this, one comment, we kind of traveled away from it, but I wanted to quickly get it out there before I forget to make it someday in the future. One of the things that's interesting about Netscape, not Netscape, now that's on my brain. One of the things that's interesting about Google's rise to power with Chrome, or rather their continued pressure with Chrome, is that so much of it happened, so much of it occurred because Google was able to add APIs very, very quickly. And the dominance of Chrome really came about largely because, if we're being honest, they kind of flooded the market with APIs that nobody else could keep up with. And this is a strategy Microsoft has used in the past, and a few other companies have kind of done it too. where if you have an open platform in some fashion, or a platform that a lot of people are going to try to target, if you're adding stuff so quickly that your competitors in a particular market, and when I say Microsoft did it, I'm talking about developer tools for Windows. I'm not talking about like Windows in general. But if you're pushing all of these APIs that nobody else can implement quickly, nobody else can support quickly, then eventually anybody who is trying to make a decision between what to use or what to purchase, they're going to say, well, here's the thing that supports everything, and here's this other thing that's always like 6 months behind. And like last year they were 3 months behind, now they're 6 months behind. Next year are they going to be 9 months behind? They might be, in which case that's not going to work for me. It is a tactic that has been used, and Google very clearly was using it with Chrome. Not that I'm saying that's the worst thing in the world, but it happened. Let's see. So quickly catching up on comments. Google probably spends in excess of $100 million a year on developing Chrome without even touching on Chrome OS. Oh yeah, easily over 100 million. I think that's actually possibly on the low side. Let's see, and the US government wants Chrome to sell Chromium off somehow, which, yeah, I know that they're going to keep pushing that, and like Corbin mentioned, the ideal scenario is that it ends up kind of going to a non-profit that can somehow manage this in the same way that Linux does. But I can't think of any company I want to have control of it, because most other companies are going to have their own motives, and I'm sure Google does too, but 9 times out of 10 at least Google does that strategy of let's make things look like we're doing the right thing. We might be serving our interests, but we're also going to find a way to do the right thing while serving our interests. Most other companies that would want it, I don't feel like they're going to. And the situation, we're literally watching a situation like this unfold right now. When ARM was sold off, and now it's NVIDIA that's got it. Like, this is that same situation. What happens now? Are we going to see NVIDIA really play nice with everybody? Or are we going to see NVIDIA say, hey, we now have this thing. Let's make sure it really favors us anywhere that's possible. And if, we're ideally not going to hurt anyone else. But if we hurt someone else, maybe that's okay. Especially if we hurt someone that we don't like. So, we'll see how that one plays out. There's so many possibilities for that to go good or bad. Let's see. Jesse had said, Apple becoming the browser leader is the web's worst case scenario. They'd intentionally torpedo it to kill websites. I don't know that they would go that far, but not far from it. I could definitely see Apple, if given the opportunity, they would kill HTML. They would want their own language, their own markup language that would be somehow better and more efficient on Apple devices. They would absolutely push for things like that. But yeah, I just don't see Apple wanting to get into that market. It's not worth it for them. Swift on the web. Here's the thing, actually that would be kind of awesome. Because holy crap, JavaScript sucks. Swift would be a phenomenal replacement for JavaScript. But that's not going to happen. Sadly. Let's see. Okay, catching up on the rest of these. Jesse said, I think they've also kept that dominance in a way Microsoft couldn't by becoming leaders in the space after dominating. Working with Mozilla, and to a degree, Microsoft has settled on agreed standards. Yes, there's definitely some truth in that. Google, while creating a lot of stuff and pushing a lot of stuff forward in ways that were manipulative, they at least did. They made it realistic for other players to stay in the market, whereas obviously Microsoft never wanted that. They wanted to own Internet Explorer. They wanted to own the web, and everybody else out there who has ever tried to create stuff in the browser space in some way, shape, or form, they've been bad purveyors in that space. And yes, I'm including Firefox and Netscape. Everyone has been bad in some way, shape, or form, and they've had their own shady aspects in history, especially Netscape. There's history on that is dirty. Oh yeah, I can close my chat window now too. Okay. Let's see. Just see if they build an API and the other big players go, actually no, we want this other thing. They aren't afraid to deprecate and replace to the agreed upon one. Yeah, I'm sure Google does that. I honestly can't think of too many examples of that though. You say Shadow DOM, I'm not familiar with that particular example, but I'll trust you. At government implementation, people like to hear politicians threaten tech companies, but there's no way to actually do it most of the time. Yes, that's exactly it. And well, so one of the things, and I know it's not the best example necessarily, but one of the things I brought up many times is I don't know how you make something like Google Maps successful if you try to break it up. Like, sure, you can take away the ad providers from Google Maps and make them have to negotiate with other ad providers. Sure, you could insist that Google Maps as a whole be broken off of Google and sold to some other company. You can do this, and these would be semi-reasonable things, but if anyone ever stops and says, well, Google Maps at large is too powerful, it's too good, it has more data than anybody else, I don't see how you can ever try to break up Google Maps. It's not like you can just say, well, you know, let's break it up into East Coast and West Coast. Let's have Google Maps UK. You can't do this because it's still going to be companies that have the most and best information, and they're always going to lead in that information regardless of anything else. Huh. Through my headphones I could hear the storm outside. So it is as far as I can tell, it is dumping rain, and I think I hear wind too. I'm not totally sure, but I can hear that over the fact that I have my laptop fan is at high speed because streaming always pushes it there. I have a separate fan in the room that's actually blowing across the laptop. I always do that just to be safe. I have music playing in my headphones, not very loud, but it's playing. And over all of that, I can still hear the rain outside. So hopefully that does not impact stream. Let's see. Anyway, Jesse, Netscape gave us JavaScript, the ultimate dirty play. I mean, that's not untrue. JavaScript was, God, just... I get how it came into existence, and I don't complain about its origin story. I complain about the fact that nobody replaced it. I complain about the fact that JavaScript 2.0 never happened. And I know that people point to other things and say, but no, 2.0 happened. I'm talking about the original attempt at JavaScript 2.0, which was it was something that was going to include true object-oriented development, not just the weird prototyping thing they have now. There was going to be a lot more to it. But anyway. Let's see, Shadow DOM is a major part of custom elements, essentially a browser native light version of React, Vue, Angular components. Okay. They started with their own v0 implementation, but Mozilla refused to implement it and offered a different version, which is Shadow DOM version 1. Alright, I'd have to look into it to understand a bit more. At least it's not snow. We have about 9 inches and going strong. Believe me, I am... there is nothing I'm more terrified of than having snow this year or next year for that matter. I love visiting the snow. Well, actually, I'm okay with visiting the snow. It's not my favorite thing. But, every once in a while it's cool to be up in the snow, and I used to snowboard a lot. I don't know that I would still snowboard. But anyway, the last time it snowed here, we had our own Snowmageddon. I didn't have power for, was it 2 weeks or a week? I don't quite remember. Anyway, I didn't have power for a good long time. Didn't have internet for another week after that. So, yeah, that was a disaster. That was February of 2019, I think. Horrible. Not a fan of snow. Not where I live. Let's see. Okay, just read Jesse's comment about YouTube's redesign. ECMAScript 7 is going to save us all, Cody. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's always the next version of ECMAScript is somehow going to solve all of the terrible things that are in JavaScript, and it never does. C. Saldana, yes, I saw the Asus link. I don't think I opened it. I'll open that now just because. And in seriousness, been looking forward to Kotlin JavaScript becoming more well supported and performant. Yeah, it would be awesome if Kotlin becomes a natively supported browser language. I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be awesome. And who knows, maybe it actually will happen. The biggest problem with all the talk that has ever come around about other languages being supported, it's that never actually happens. No one ever actually implements it. And we also saw this with image formats. One of the craziest things, did I ever write this article? I don't think I did, but there was an article I was researching. God, and I spent so much time researching it. I'm sure I didn't write it either. This was another one of those, here, spend 2 or 3 days digging around on something, and oh, you know what? That article doesn't sound like it's going to be that good. Just don't write it. Oh, and yeah, you can't bill for that. Anyway, there was, I did some research about image formats that were like, presumably the next replacement for JPEG and GIF and PNG, basically. Because every year there's like 2 or 3 new image formats that somebody is getting behind and saying, hey, here's the next great thing. But browsers never support them. The format comes out, it comes into existence, and then it never shows up in browsers. No, WebP was a little bit of a different story. That at least got support in Chrome and a little bit of support elsewhere. What were some of the others? Technically one of them was HEIC, High Efficiency Image Container, or, well, high format and container, HEIF and HEIC. That was one of them. Yeah, let's try. What were some of the others? Let's see, was this article one of the... Oh, AVIF was one of them. Let's see. Oh, there were definitely more. Maybe... Actually, what I should do... Okay, let me open. Hopefully it's still in here and I can find it. I'm opening up the tracker that we have for Android Police, because I posted a ton of stuff about this to explain like why this was such a complicated post. Let's see, searching. Here we go. Yep, here's the thing. See, one of the comments I wrote for this almost could have been an article by itself. So JPEG XL was one of them. Just to quickly read what I wrote, JPEG XL was produced by the JPEG Group and is reportedly a derivation of FUIF, the successor to FLIF, which is the topic at the link that was originally here, and it was also partially inspired by Google Pix. That's PIX, but somehow also a lossless upgrade from JPEG. At the time that I was researching this, there was a command line converter on GitHub, but outside of that, there was no real sign that anyone was supporting it or funding it in any meaningful way. It was just something that existed, and there was support, but it wasn't from any of the major players. There was also AVIF, which was based on AV1, and it was happening under the umbrella of the Alliance for Open Media, which is backed by a large group that includes Netflix, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Again, they had command line converters, but neither of these formats was ever supported in a browser. At least I don't think that any of them were. Let's see, both formats are based on the same previous formats, so adding support should be easy, and conversions are supposed to be automatic. At least that's what commenters were saying. Both formats have backing from the big companies, but none of them were actually financially supported. It was just like all these companies said that they support the existence of it. Both formats were royalty free, except no one knows that for sure because patent trolls were inevitably going to show up. Both formats are really good at compression. They absolutely blew away any of the existing formats. Some of them have support for animation or transparency. Some of them have different fallback scenarios for low bandwidth or partially downloaded images. There's a bunch of neat stuff in all of them, but they all had some sort of drawback. Let's see. Anyway, I listed somewhere, maybe it was a different one, but I also covered, maybe that one was for the video. I think I also did research something about video in one of these discussions. Anyway, the thing is, every year there's a couple of new formats that do this, and the thing is, the browsers never support them. Okay, so Jesse, you're saying AVIF does have Chrome support, and Firefox has but you have to turn on a flag, which, as far as I'm concerned, that means it's not supported. And you mentioned Chromium and Firefox supporting AV1, but not Safari. And see, this is part of the problem. As you start listing stuff, if one browser isn't supporting it, or at least a major browser, it's not supported. And I know that sounds that sounds maybe a little callous, but it's the truth. Nobody is going to use a format that is not supported at all, or that's not widespread support. Now, if obviously, let's say Opera didn't support something, people might shrug and say, okay, we can live with Opera not getting our image or video format. But if Safari doesn't support it, forget it. That you don't have support. If Firefox doesn't support it, if Chrome doesn't support it, if anyone doesn't support it, the rest may as well not support it. That's just the web. Let's see. HEIC and HEIF, the ones Apple refused to let die. The thing is, they have minimal support from other places. Oh, by the way, also if Adobe doesn't support something, it basically isn't supported. You know, go check Photoshop right now. You cannot output WebP from Photoshop, not without a plugin. I have a plugin for it. I don't use it because there's absolutely no purpose to. But yeah, you can. This is the kind of problem that exists. If your tool chain doesn't support something, it may as well not be supported at all. Let's see. What video format does Google use for YouTube? That technically depends on the player. But yeah. All major browsers support WebP, and to at least some extent WebM. I believe that one is true because Google pushed WebP so hard. The thing is, again, well, as I had just mentioned, Photoshop. You just, if you can't output WebP, no one's using it. Now that's not to say that you can't use like an Apache extension that converts your JPEGs and PNGs to WebP. You can absolutely do that. Maybe not PNGs, but at the minimum JPEG. Like you can have somewhere in your conversion process you could do this, and that's fine. This is something that's been automated to some extent, but it's not the same. People don't pick stuff up if it isn't supported in all the major stuff. Photoshop's outputs are really big though, so you shouldn't be using them as an output in the web anyway. That's no, that's not. I can't agree with that. Now it's true, yes. Photoshop uses a really old JPEG and PNG encoder, and yes, well, if you're talking about compression with PNG, you're already kind of that's almost a silly place to be. Compression with JPEG, yes, it does suck. Like you can run a JPEG through two different image editors, Photoshop being one of them, and it's just going to end up being bigger out of Photoshop. So that part's true. But the thing is, guaranteed, most of the images that you're seeing, they're not being run through separate compressors. They are running through Photoshop. When someone finishes working on something, they're outputting it through Photoshop, and it doesn't get touched again after that. This is just so much of the widespread truth. Photoshop is just the last tool that most of these things that most images pass through. You regularly put stuff through a re-encoding utility. Yeah, good, you're doing it. Most people don't. Most companies don't. And even if they are, a lot of them and I know that they should be passing it into WebP, but a lot of them just don't. I mean, look, this has been an ongoing joke at AP. We use an extension. Well, there are multiple extensions for this, but a lot of us have extensions so that we can save a WebP image to JPEG just for convenience of like tossing it into Photoshop or something like that. Or, just so we can put it up on AP more conveniently. Because, by the way, WordPress support for WebP also kind of sucks. There's some really weird things that happen with WordPress and WebP. Anyway, the thing is, we've all talked about this before. The only site we usually have to use the extension on is a Google site. We don't have to do it with Amazon. We're talking Amazon, one of the biggest web providers in the world, and we don't they don't serve WebP. We go through, all of us, we go through dozens, if not hundreds of websites every day. When we're doing like embargoed news, we get sent images. When we're covering something from any number of sites, we look for, we grab the images. We're never getting WebP. Nobody's using it, and there are good reasons for that. Not, well, good reason is the wrong way to put it, but it is a reality. Nobody's using it. Let's see. Because POs are confused why this 4 megabyte hero is slowing the sites down. Let's see. And Lighthouse yells at you if you use any images generated by Adobe and requests you to at least re-encode to a newer version of JPEG. Not sure what Lighthouse is. Is this a newer tool that I never came across? Let's see. The tooling for WebP is definitely still lacking, but as a format you put in the browser, it's still the best, unless the images are intended to be downloaded and edited. And the fact that you said that says a lot. I will just say straight up, the fact that you're saying that says a lot. The thing is, yes, the tooling is bad, but here's the other catch, and this is kind of where the other shoe drops too. This by the way, I will say very honestly, I think is also the reason why a lot of companies haven't switched to WebP. Is because WebP is now actually old. If you compare WebP to JPEG XL, or was it AVI? I don't even remember what the other format was that I listed, but if you compare WebP to either of those, it has multiple it's missing features that those bring, and its compression level doesn't even remotely compare. It's terrible compared to those. Yes, it's still better than JPEG, but it doesn't even remotely compete with JPEG XL. So that's the thing. I think a lot of companies are just waiting for that day. They're waiting for that day that somebody will say, okay, we got everybody to agree on one format. This is what we're switching to. And it might not switch everything. Like, maybe PNG will still stick around, but they're going to get rid of JPEG. If everyone can agree on that someday, nobody wants to go through and try to convert all their old WebPs to this new format. They want one single step. And obviously, this isn't the hardest thing in the world. People should be switching to WebP just because. But it's not happening. And there's so little incentive for it to happen, which I know sounds stupid, but it's stupidly true. The one thing I keep hoping for, desperately hoping for, is that someone will get rid of fucking GIF. GIF needs to die. It is ancient, it is broken, it is terrible. 256 colors, are you kidding me? That needs to go. It is dumpster fire territory, if there ever was any. And the fact that we can't replace GIF, like, that's a sign. If we can't replace GIFs, we certainly cannot replace JPEG. We certainly are having trouble moving to WebP. Like, and part of it is WebP doesn't support, or WebP does not cover it doesn't cover the necessities or the reason that we haven't replaced GIF. Sorry, I'm saying this terribly, but if, like, we need something to replace JPEG and PNG less than we need something to replace GIF. Transparency and animation were the things that made GIFs so popular. And yeah, PNG has replaced transparency, but we don't have a good replacement for animation yet. And websites largely are just using WebM replaces GIF and practically has. Where? I mean, MP4 has replaced most sites that have like animated GIFs, they're just using MP4s. That's what Twitter's been using. That's what Giphy uses. Well, Giphy and all the other GIF sharing services, they're all pushing MP4. I don't see hardly anybody touching WebM outside of like sites that have very specific audience coverage. Let's see. So scrolling back up to the top and covering some of your following comments. Let's see. Or well, it will be in some time. Oh, that's okay. That's about WebP. The lack of support is probably still related to desktop. Safari only supports on Big Sur Forward. Not what most people run. By the way, really quick, I will say WebP's tooling issues, there's no excuse for that. Like, straight up, Google employs so many developers, they can make the tooling better. And Google has partnerships with Adobe. If they wanted support for WebP to happen, they could have made it happen by now. I get the impression even Google doesn't care about WebP anymore. Let's see. Lighthouse is Chrome's built-in website auditing tool for testing performance, SEO, accessibility. Okay. Yeah, that came out. That definitely came out after I stopped really having much use for that stuff. I used to do tons of web development, and then several years back, I just ran out of jobs that involved web development, and I haven't had a reason to touch it in quite a few years now. One constantly recurring issue it'll find is old big images. Okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Really quick, I want to check because I know when I was looking it up, WebP limitations, there was something specific about WebP that was a really big problem. What was it? And it was one of the things that all of the other newer formats were covering. I don't think it was bit depth. I know part of it was they didn't support animation. Alright. These websites are not giving me the information I'm looking for. At least correct WebP does not. I know that they had a hacked version that supported animation to some extent, but it wasn't very good. Okay, then you said, don't think, as long as Adobe refuses to update their exports, nobody will bother converting, and things like WebP will continue to be a developer format to convert to before publishing. And yeah, I mean, that is the truth. I hate to say it, and believe me, I hate to say it. I do not have, like, I like things about Adobe, but man, when it comes right down to it, I hate that Adobe is so in control of the industry when it comes to like moving forward. Because Adobe is one of the slowest moving companies, and they're kind of terrible about it. They are not respectful of ever changing or improving. Let's see. WebM replaces GIF. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Outside of chat applications, which are still weird about it. All right, not quite sure what that is. Giphy, Tinner, etc. use WebM under the hood. They might be using it under the hood, but they're still serving MP4. And you know, that's one of those things. Like, I don't care what your tool chain is. it's what the output is. Let's see. Lighthouse has become the go-to for checking a website. Doesn't suck, assuming you work somewhere that cares. Oh, and I could tell you stories about working places that don't care, which sucks. My very first programming job, I was working for a travel agency. The place is now dead and gone. At least I think it is. We're gonna go visit. We're gonna go visit my the domains to the old sites. Okay, they're still using the logo for this one. Okay, let's reshape this window a little bit and see what it's gonna look like if I switch views. Capture window. Hey, that works. So yeah, this is the site that I used to work for, travelworm.com. And it has been a long time since I worked for this place, and this is definitely not like this. This isn't the same owner. And if you look, wait, does it show up in the screen capture? If I forcibly scroll up, at the top, it even says 404 and has a bunch of Chinese characters for some reason. But when I started working for this place, this was back in the days when Internet Explorer ran everything, and people wanted to see Firefox kind of come up, and it never really did. And eventually Chrome took over. Anyway, this was all happening while I was working there, and man, even the discussion of, hey, we need to make the web pages lighter, that people looked at me like I was crazy. And the arguments for like cleaner HTML or HTML that wasn't broken, I'm not kidding, making an argument that HTML shouldn't be broken was something people didn't believe in. So, you know, I've worked at bad places. So technically I worked for the company travelworm.com, but I worked on the site I actually worked on was jetaway.com. Let's see. Okay, so the same company still owns both domains. I don't know what search engine they're using now. We developed one that we had our own thing that we actually apparently licensed out or sold it to somebody. I'm not sure who, but I heard at one time in history supposedly Expedia was even licensing through us. But this company went belly up. I know they did. So they're redirecting or using something else. For a good long time, the website was actually down, like completely dead. Anyway, doesn't matter too much. Let's see. WebP certainly isn't perfect and doesn't have animation still, but saying people are waiting on it is like people saying they'll stick with their 3G phone because 6G is almost out. I mean, to be fair, I have heard people make statements like that. But the reality's, it is true though. It not in the same way. It's a different sort of situation. If somebody is saying, hey, let's rework our tool chain, let's rework the process of how we put images on our site. We're not talking about just a casual it's not the same as, hey, I'm gonna go buy a new phone, let's skip 5G, let's just wait for 6G. It's not the same thing. We're talking about spending usually a lot of money testing it, making sure everything works, making sure it's functional, which I mean, you and I know that doesn't have to be that big of a deal, but by the time people are stupid about it, it usually becomes a big deal. And in a slow-moving company where they're nitpicky about stuff and where they want to argue, hey, we want your time spent on something that's actually making money instead of cleaning up the size of our images, that's the sort of thing that's a lot of companies just don't care. I mean, like I said, I worked at a company that they didn't care that their images, they were serving up not thumbnails. They were like, we would do a hotel search, and we had images of all these hotels, their various promotional images. Those shots that were in our search results were the full-size images. They didn't care that they were serving up full-size images as thumbnails and just letting them get resized in the browser. That was something they did. It was terrible. And that was back in mid-2000s. You know, companies don't care about a lot of stuff that they should. It's awful, but it's the sad truth. Some companies obviously do care, others just don't. It's good when you see ones that do. Let's see. The old formats are still there if you need them. WebP is 5G, so I guess what I'm saying is marginally better than good JPEG PNG, just about available enough to seriously consider using. I feel like if I was going to compare anything, just because timing and age and relative comparisons to other stuff, I know 5G is more ubiquitous to some. Actually, no, I would disagree with that. Never mind. No, 5G isn't ubiquitous at all. I want to compare WebP to LTE. It's available basically everywhere. There's not a good argument for not using LTE. And it is better than the things that came before it. That's it. But just because it's there, it doesn't mean people are using it. Your usage of it now consists of you have a serverless function to resize user pics to smaller thumbnails, and it outputs WebP for extra efficiency, but I'm not bothering with doing the original yet. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's an automation step. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but it doesn't matter. Man, YouTube's chart of concurrent users is so weird. It does things that it shouldn't. Anyway, it literally just updated a spike from like 20 minutes ago. It just made the spike disappear. I don't know why. Anyway, Jesse, I'm sure people will be using giant 10 megabyte GIFs for loading icons for years to come, though. No accounting for refusal to care. So, yes, completely true. B, dude, I know that this will make you cringe. It makes me cringe. But it happens on AP once in a while. We do it because WordPress does not like WebP. And we're talking WordPress. This is one of the most widely used platforms in the world. And it doesn't support... I mean, I think technically it supports WebP, but it supports it like garbage. It has weird issues with it. We've tried using it. And I think we are using it now to some extent, but it's still broken. Let's see. I want to open like 3 or 4 tabs on this, so let's see. WebP issues. Yeah, okay. Cecil Dunn is saying the native WordPress editor doesn't let you upload WebP. And I know that there is a way to easily upload WebP. There's some extension that supports it, and you can host WebP from it. There's also a converter or you can put in a converter that processes any images that you upload and turns them into WebP so that they can be hosted. Even if they're uploaded in another format, they're hosted as WebP. You can do all of this stuff with WordPress. But man, you have to, like, how much crap do you need to add in order to fix WordPress? This is all stuff WordPress should have been doing 2 to 3 years ago. On its own, it should have been native, built in, zero work. Why isn't it? And I'm not saying that this is a problem with WebP, but I'm saying it's the reason why WebP is not the universal replacement yet. This is why people still say they're going to use JPEG and why they're still using everything else. Because WordPress doesn't support it. Photoshop doesn't support it. Dozens of other platforms don't support it. If you know what, now that I think about it, hold on a sec. I don't remember, but I would swear Mac OS may not support WebP, as in like preview. I'm just gonna quickly go and let's hop into it. This may sound weird, but the fastest way I can think of to get to a WebP image is to just go to the Play Store, drag an image out. Okay, macOS does support it. Okay, I see the question is WordPress nonprofit. So there is the WordPress organization, and there is WordPress, the company. These are two different things with the same name. I mean, one of them I think has like a comma whatever after it, but the WordPress organization that is technically in charge of the platform, the WordPress platform, that is, I believe, a not-for-profit. It's either not-for-profit or non-profit. I don't remember which. It kind of doesn't matter in this case. But yeah, exactly. They have a .com and a .org. The .org is basically a non-profit entity, or not-for-profit, whatever. The .com is very much for profit, and it funds development of the WordPress platform. So it's messy, and the WordPress platform is one of those cases where they do kind of cater to what the .com wants to have happen. There's a lot of weird stuff tied into that. Let's see. So earlier Jesse said I've worked for the government and for tech startups, certainly different approaches. Oh god, yes. I haven't worked for anything web related for the government, but I know people who have, and the sheer terribleness of doing anything for the government on the basis that you have to support ancient web browsers. I don't know if, I doubt they still require supporting Internet Explorer, but I know for easily a decade past the point where everyone else stopped using Internet Explorer, the government still said it had to be supported. Let's see. My point with automation is WebP equals good for web, but I wouldn't recommend artist friends use the WebP plugin for Photoshop anytime soon. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. WebP is better. I will fully agree. WebP is better than at least JPEG. And it's arguably, I think, I don't remember if it's definitely better or arguably better than PNG, but it's, at the very least comparable. And look, believe me, I agree, but it doesn't change that its adoption rate is garbage, and it doesn't seem to be getting any. It seems like it has stalled where it's at now. Let's see. Does it let you? Yeah, it does let you host WebP. I don't blame anyone for not using WebP. The target of my sentiment there is automatic in the devs more than AP. Okay. Let's see. WebP is the only non-JPEG PNG GIF format that most end users support, even if the tooling to get it to users still sucks, which is why I'm big on it. Because yeah. Okay, sorry, I had to read that twice to get the connections. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, I would encourage WebP. I certainly think it's the better choice than a lot of things. Carson, no, I have not talked about it yet. We've really been on the WebP thing. But I haven't read this yet at all either, so I'm just gonna have to kind of hit this going in blind. But yeah, as far as WebP goes, believe me, I'd love to see it get support, like widespread, just straight up replacing JPEG. That would be fantastic. And if not that, I mean, what would be even better? I'd love to see JPEG XL, or whatever that other one is. Let's see. The other one was AVIF. Yeah, I'd love to see either of these. Just, this would be awesome. If either one of these could just suddenly take off and everyone could say, yes, let's support it. Let's make this happen. Let's get all of this supported. That would be great. I want this so much. And I want to see Photoshop supported. I want to see, I don't know, name everybody else. I would love to see all of them supported. It's just we're not seeing it. Especially because I want to see, honestly, my biggest thing, I want to see GIF dead. GIF needs to die. I mean, that special kind of death that you I don't even have good words for it. GIF needs to die. If for no better reason than we just need to stop having discussions about GIF or GIF. That part needs to go away. I can't believe we even still have discussions about that in 2020. Let's see. Anyway, okay, it's basically like the OnePlus thing. Oh, okay. I'll get to that in a second. Google does maintain a Photoshop plugin for WebP. I do know that. I have used it, and holy crap, have you tried it? It's busted. It does not work right. It is garbage. And maybe they fixed it by now. It's entirely possible they fixed it by now. But I actually found a different one. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it at? Okay. Here is... Think of the memes, Cody? Yeah, I know. Okay, so no promises that this is still well supported or good compared to what Google has, but I found this a couple years back. And, well, probably, I guess actually, according to the note that I have here, I suspect I found this about 3 years back. This is a WebP codec for Photoshop that works so much better than at least the old, at the time, the comparable version supported by Google. But yeah, this is support for the WebP and WebM formats within various Adobe applications. And it just works so much better. I mean, way, way, way better. It was faster. It didn't crash. Yeah, it was just massive difference. Okay, yes, technically WebP, there is a newer version of WebP that they hacked together. I don't think it is widely supported, but it technically does support animation. And it supports animation the same way that GIF always did, where it's literally just a stack of separate WebP frames that can be played in order. It doesn't... to my knowledge, though, I think it is... I don't know, I'd have to look it up. Oh, don't quote me on this, because I can feel myself already probably being wrong on this. But I think at one time I read that with WebP's implementation, you had to have full frames. Like, you couldn't have delta images. You couldn't have, for example, like, if the next frame of your animation only changes 12 pixels, you couldn't just have 12 pixels encoded in WebP. You had to have the full next frame. I could be wrong on that. I probably am. I'm not really sure. But I know I read somewhere at some time that that was a thing. And for what it's worth, I'm not sure any of the tools for building WebP support WebP animations. That might be the bigger issue, is it might just be a format that it technically has been written but doesn't work. Or sorry, the format may have been written, but it's possible no one has implemented it. Or like implemented a tool for building it, is what I mean. Let's see, I don't have much more to say on WebP, but as my perspective may be showing, I look at this from a purely dev perspective, where my job is to take designs and assets and make them into the best sites. And look, I completely agree with this. Like I said, I agree. I want to see WebP supported widely. Even if, like, I mean, the better thing would still be pick something newer, more modern, and better. But barring that, let's please have WebP. I would love that. But it's now been so many years and it still hasn't happened. I feel like that ship has sailed. Let's see, you don't use Adobe software, only familiar with having to optimize your outputs and making format decisions for the end user's consumption. Hence why I don't blame anyone for not using WebP yet, and why I'm only taking in the perspectives of sites apps. Yeah. David Lama, what's with the snooze? Is that tired of this topic? I would blame you. Oh, and I did notice that GitHub link I posted for the WebP plugin, it looks like the last update to it was 3 years ago, so I really hope Google's support for it has improved since then. Yes, definitely moving on. So Asus has a fix for your ROG Phone 3 losing HD playback on Netflix, but it means shipping off your phone. Wait, you've got to send your phone back to them? Is this what OnePlus demanded? Some folks using the Phone 3 are having issues playing back HD content in certain apps like Netflix. The cause, as some of our more savvy readers might expect, is an issue with Android's WebVine DRM system, which some phone owners reporting that their L1 widevine state has been lost, relegating them to standard def playback. However, Asus tells us it's aware of the issue and there's a fix, but you have to send your phone in to get it. Yeah, this is completely profoundly unacceptable, but okay. It isn't clear if all devices are affected or if this issue is only affecting a handful of units, but there are enough reports over on the Zentalk forums to make it clear it is a trend that affects at least some ROG Phone 3 owners. and potentially some Zenfone 7 Pro owners, though there are fewer reports there. The issue is the Widevine L1 status, phones falling back into L3, the lowest security level. Affected devices indicate L3 Widevine status when checking with apps like DRM info, and they're unable to play higher definition content from services like Netflix that require a higher security status. Got it. So they're not saying how this issue occurred, just that it did. That's not good. So, and it's obviously not just people rooting their phones. Let's see. Take it easy, Jesse. Have a good night, man. Let's see. Widevine doesn't like their hardware web encoder. Look at the top comment. Wait, I'm on newest. Hold on. I assume you're talking best. Seems appropriate to share this if you are oh, yeah. Okay, I dig it. If you're a pirate, this is what you get. Let's see, can we... Yeah, there we go. Full view of that image. If you are a pirate, you insert DVD, watch movie. But if you're paying a customer, this is what you get. Insert item, you get an FBI warning, then coming soon screen, unskippable warnings, ads, menu systems. You have to jump through a bunch of hoops, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's exactly it. Look, I'm not going to endorse piracy, but I sure as hell am never going to argue with anyone who says that they're going to do it. Because, yeah, this is the experience you can expect. And that's one of the problems with so much of this stuff moving to a phone. Because phones inherently are more locked down in silly ways. Various companies got to kind of start fresh, and they took away some of your options. So yeah, I mean, this does suck, but it's the reality of it. Anyway, let's see. David Lama, I assume to make changes to DRM couldn't be done over the air. That's definitely correct, but in all likelihood, and I'm not totally sure this is the case, but what usually happens, it is hardware based, but part of it is the hardware on that phone is it has basically it has what is effectively a security key embedded on it. That security key is going to be unique to the phone itself. And so like they can't just put out a software update that says, "Hey, here's your security key back." But like we'll reinstall it for you through a software update. Not only can the software probably not write to that partition where the key is supposed to be stored. I mean, it may be able to, it's unclear. But part of it is it can't stick in that custom unique security key again. It would have to generate that to be targeting that specific device. So yeah, they couldn't do it with a software update. A software update probably screwed up that security key. They may have changed something or broken something, or accidentally overwritten that security key somehow with an update. But whatever the case is, yeah, they absolutely they screwed it up. And this is the curse of doing it. This is, for example, several years ago, Sony had an issue with this. They didn't screw it up, but if you rooted your phone, or if you unlocked the bootloader at all, you didn't even have to root it. If you just unlocked the bootloader, Sony phones lost their Netflix DRM. that was it. You just lost HD quality, and it was just an automatic thing. As soon as you unlock the bootloader, it automatically deleted your DRM keys, and it sucks. But that's how they do it. And there was no way to replace them. At that time, Sony would not even, like, there was no talk about how you get these put back on. Sony was just like, yeah, no, once you do it, you're done. There's no going back. Let's see, Austin, you use a modified Netflix APK for Widevine L1 on the Pixelbook. That's interesting. So it's what, providing its own security key? Let's see, the Android container on Chrome OS only supports L3, even though the Pixelbook supports L1. Got it. ArcVM should fix this. We'll see how they screw it up. Not to be a cynic, but we'll see how they screw it up. Because, God, just everything involving Chrome OS has to go through at least one stage of being bad before it gets mediocre. Anyway, this is funny because, man, it's so true. People ask me for years, like, why piracy is so common, and there's your reason. Now, let's see, can I fix this? Let's fix this window capture a little bit, because... Oops. You're catching some of my top bar that it's not a big deal, but it doesn't need to be there. Okay, it's marginally better. Couple more pixels up, and there we go. Move that over a teeny bit, and yeah, okay. It's not perfect, but it'll work. We're not going for professional here. We're going for good enough. Oh, but yeah. DRM, I mean, I get it. I thoroughly get it. I don't blame companies for wanting to have this. But man, it is just, it's always busted. It's always broken. It never works right. It's the perpetual broken thing. Anyway, so yeah, obviously I have a feeling Asus is going to be eating the cost on this. My expectation, does it say if they're going to pay for shipping? They have to be, right? Because this is something they broke. Let's see. Unfortunately, the problem can't be solved via update, and although the company tells us the problem has since been fixed, so presumably there shouldn't be any new cases, rectifying the issue on phones that have it requires that they be sent to a service center. Okay, yeah, it's not mentioning if Asus is going to pay for it, but I'm just going to assume they are. It would be absurd if they don't. Okay, so this Google Neverwhere thing you've brought up. Let's take a look at this. I am not familiar with this either. Alright. What if you could give your janky old laptop PC a fresh-faced Chrome OS inspired makeover? That's the promise of Cloud Ready, a free operating system based on Chromium OS that essentially converts legacy Windows Macs and even older Chrome OS devices into brand new Chromebooks. Now, Neverwhere, the company behind the endeavor, has announced that it is officially joining up with Google. but there may be some unwanted consequences for consumers. Wow, starting off dark. Up until now, anyone with an aging device that's slowing down and supported has been able to download and install Cloud Ready Home Edition for free, especially in their current times when kids and grown-ups alike, blah, blah, blah. Now that the company is part of Google, the future of Home Edition is clouded. According to... Okay, I don't know if that was an intentional pun, but it's bordering on eye-rolling. And did I miss something? No, not really. Alright. According to a support page answering questions about the transition process, Neverwhere states that there are no changes to the Home Edition at this time, but that's only discussing the short term, leaving the door open for things to change later on. Neverwhere sells enterprise and education editions of its software too. The company says that existing multi-year license agreements will be honored by Google, and that there are no other changes to plans or pricing announced at this time. Cloud Ready will continue to be supported as usual for the foreseeable future, blah, blah, blah. While there are valid concerns about Google's reputation for shutting down projects, there are also some positives that could come about due to this merger. Why do we have this AP break in here? That is unusual. Is this post updated? I'm gonna pop this open in another window. I'm curious if somebody added this section. Okay, but in the meantime, but now has an unofficial branch of Google. It seems plausible that this could change sometime down the line. Okay, sorry. Android apps and the Play Store have never been supported on Cloud Ready, but now that it's an official branch of Google, it's plausible that that could change. Additionally, this news could open up the possibility for Google to extend the end-of-life dates for existing Chrome OS devices. I don't think that was ever I don't think this was ever their issue. It's not like they couldn't support the software, it's that they didn't have hardware support. Neverwhere supports the certified hardware for up to 13 years from the original release date, which would make for a solid step up. And since Cloud Ready runs on Windows and Mac machines, Google might even unveil an official way to easily convert those devices into Chromebooks, which, given a proper marketing campaign, could help skyrocket the success of Chrome OS overnight. I'm not totally sold on this premise, but okay. I'm not sure what the... I mean, I get the positives in this, but I don't really buy that this is going to make that huge difference for, Sorry, I'm just checking these additions and tweaks. Oh no, why did he put in the AP break? Oh, I see. He made a boo-boo. No big. It doesn't matter. Okay, anyway. Oh, yeah, I guess that does kind of look like... That does kind of look like what 9 to 5 has been doing. Which I don't like how 9 to 5 does it, so... You know. That's a thing. Anyway. Let's see. So... Austin, I think AP article is a bad take. So far, I kind of agree. NC Saldana, yeah, Chromium hasn't... well, wait, yeah, Chromium isn't even 13 years old yet, is it? So yeah, the fact that they're promising 13 years of support makes that a pretty dubious claim. Anyway, yeah, so I don't really dig the focus on this is, oh my god, they might get rid of this free thing. I'm not really sure. Like, if I read this article, to be perfectly honest, I'm not really sure I would get the significance of this acquisition. Like, there's nothing in here that really says why this is special, aside from the fact that it could theoretically add support for Android apps. And that's not the takeaway I would have expected from this. I mean, I guess since it's on Android Police, that's kind of a takeaway. But it doesn't really seem like the focus, or it's definitely not the focus I would have chosen. Yeah, it is very negative. Let's see. The Verge. They're usually happy. Today, Neverwhere announced that it's now part of Google, based in New York, makes software application called Cloud Ready that lets you turn a PC into Chrome OS. Okay, I know that this is an interesting thing to specifically note, but officially part of Google and the Chrome OS team. I mean, there's nothing weird about that, but I find it interesting and actually more optimism inspiring that they're saying it's part of the Chrome OS team and not just like a separate group that's joining Google. Let's see, they offer free version for personal use as well as paid tiers for enterprise and education. The idea is that companies and schools can convert old, slow computers into Chrome OS. According to their FAQ, not much is going to change. Okay, as about Chromebooks site notes, some of the software that Neverwhere makes could help Google continue to push Chrome OS updates to older devices. I don't understand this. Okay, so extending the time frame in which some Chromebooks can receive the latest software, Google hasn't said anything of the sort, so that's just hopeful speculation for now. They're well acquainted. Google led an investment round in this startup back in 2017. So this company started up in 2017, or maybe we'll say 16 or even 15, but yeah, they're not old enough to be claiming a 13-year support cycle. Okay, so I want to understand, what software did they develop that is somehow making it easier to support older hardware? To me, reading that makes me think people don't understand how software works. Because there is a concept of like building in shims to support older hardware. Like, you know, if a hardware driver doesn't cover some API or some new hardware instruction, you write basically a wrapper around the old code that supports the new stuff. It just covers all the new stuff and then passes through any instruction that would have otherwise come. And it might do some translation layer stuff, that kind of thing. But that's like on a case-by-case basis. Okay, so device makers in order for a Chromebook to be sold, Google works with chip makers to ensure Chrome OS will run on the hardware board. Essentially, Google certifies that board. Device makers can then use that board inside a laptop or tablet of their own design. But they can't just make a Chromebook from scratch with their... Okay. Let's see. Support. Let's just find the easy examples. And while it's true that laptops from others don't get support forever, dude, wrong comma, bad comma, go away comma. Chrome OS is a lighter operating system. Hopefully, there's no reason a 5 or 6 year old Chromebook can't run the latest version Chrome OS. God, these guys need an editor. like real bad. Sure, the hardware won't perform as well as brand new, but customers take. Getting back to the devices can still get upgrades through what Neverware offers. This would extend the life of your 2017 Chromebook, for example, beyond the official automatic software update. Where does it say they develop some software that somehow makes it easier or possible to support older hardware? I don't understand this. Cecil Donna, yeah, I mean, I'll forgive that. I'm just saying, like, there are words missing. I'm not picking on him as a bad writer. I'm saying he needs an editor. There's words missing here. There's like errant commas that don't belong. I get it. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do. I certainly wouldn't want to run or write for a site by myself. But I'm just saying, like, it's hard to read this live because, again, words are missing and there's like extra punctuation. Anyway, so my issue is I don't understand how it is that this, or what it is that this company developed that is ensuring that they have some sort of long-term support that nobody else could do. I guarantee Google could do that. They did not need to buy a company to figure out how to support their Chromebooks for longer. I'm just curious where that claim comes from. That's very confusing to me. Oh yeah, they definitely didn't develop any hardware. But The Verge and I think AP's post, maybe I'm mistaken, but The Verge definitely said that they developed some, or that they had software that was going to somehow make supporting older devices easier. And I'm curious what that's supposed to be. And yeah, Cloud Ready is definitely just a custom ROM for, or an Android-like custom ROM. Which is cool. I mean, this is great. Happy. Cheers to them for doing this. I just don't really understand why. Not why they would want to do this, but why acquire this company when Google could have and should have just supported Chromebooks longer. And I guess being able to stuck Chrome OS onto Windows and Mac laptops, like that's the thing that they're doing that Google probably wasn't already doing. So like that's probably the achievement. But outside of that, I just don't understand that one claim, and it could just be press that's saying that. Like somebody who doesn't understand what it is that they're reading. And I'm not even necessarily saying that about this guy Kevin. Though I also don't really see him making that claim. Yeah, I'm just getting back to the opportunity. Hope is, yeah, I really do not understand. I don't think this guy's even making that claim. I think it's just other people. Yeah, okay. So I think this guy might be fine. It's other people who misread what he wrote. Okay. But that is good news. I mean, cheers. Like I said before, at the start, well, not start of the show, but if if we're going to abandon hardware because the software stops being supported, that's a problem. When we abandon hardware because hardware has been used up, that's okay. I mean, it's not great. Ideally, battery replacements and maybe upgrading components would be more ideal. But if we're, if we use a device to the point that it's broken down, busted, beaten, not usable anymore for hardware reasons, cheers. That's the point at which I say we're at least using things the way they should be used. Google is definitely more interested in converting other OSs into Chrome OS. That could be a game changer for a lot of school districts. Okay, so I agree. Mostly. I think that depends on how good Google is going to be about supporting this and what kind of commitment they're going to make. The reason I say that is school districts, I don't think are going to want to take a risk on shutting down or possibly damaging their existing computers, even if the computer might not really be usable in its current condition anymore. I'm not sure how many of them are going to say, hey, let's take a mostly unsupported route to install software that is different just because we want to. And I'm not saying that won't work. I'm not saying that they can't or shouldn't do that. It's just school districts, like they're kind of cautious about things like that, and they'll find ways to make things work. But technically, if they screw something up, even on a computer that is effectively no longer usable, then like teachers and staff could be held liable for damaging school property. And like removing Windows to put something else on could have impacts like what software they'd be able to run that might be required on school computers. Like there are so many issues like that do kind of crop up. Let's see. You would assume Google would develop a complete package before they attempt to sell it. Yes, you would assume that. And there are certainly products out there that sometimes aren't necessarily... I mean, Google's known for sometimes not necessarily developing things and making them work the way that they're supposed to. Sometimes they don't really think things through and maybe launch stuff that sometimes doesn't get features on time, or some of their services just don't work correctly, no matter how many years they have to fix it. Oh, whoops, did I load that G Suite page in the background? That's a total accident. I swear, I didn't mean to do that, as I talk about things Google has done that don't work right, that are not fully baked products. My mistake. Let me switch back to my main view. Was that anti-subtle enough? But yeah, I agree. Google, in theory, would make this properly and completely supported. But my level of faith is so low. I have a feeling Google's gonna... I'm sure they acquired this. I have a feeling that they'll keep some sort of a free mode, just because why not? Like, it is in their interest to push Chrome OS further. But I don't know that I have faith that they're going to support it that well. Or if they do support it, like, they might pick individual like hardware to support. Very, very specific packages, like, hey, maybe they'll say, we know that this particular school bought, or not this particular school, but like a bunch of schools bought this one specific model of computer. All right, we'll make sure we support that model of computer. But they might not support much of anything else. I don't know. I see this as a good thing. I'm just cautiously counting the ways in which it could be screwed up. You expect Google to offer this free to any enterprise or education customers? I will disagree on half of that. I expect Google to offer it for free to education. Not that they have to. I don't think that they're obligated to, but I think Google will choose to do that because they want to. I think Google wants to do that because it will spread, it will put Chrome OS in front of more kids. Those kids someday become adults that might choose to buy Chrome OS. It's the same thing Apple did years ago, which, by the way, was a largely losing strategy. They gave up on it because it kept failing for them. But Google is a different company with different motives and a different type of business strategy. So, I mean, cheers, they have a better reason to do it than Apple ever did. I don't really have as much expectation that Google's going to do this for enterprise customers. Or if they do it, I think it's going to come with some sort of an enterprise support contract. That seems a little bit more in line with how they typically kind of run these projects. It's the same as what Microsoft does. You want to get a bunch of companies to keep paying you to support this kind of stuff. Let's see. Why not enterprise? They would make it up on workspace sales. They would, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, is make sure that I'm not saying that they necessarily wouldn't kind of bundle these things, but that it would be a support contract that inherently requires continued support. So in other words, like, let's say you're a company, you want to drag life out of your hardware for a few more years, or maybe you just want your hardware to actually run Chrome OS. You basically sell them kind of a bundle support contract. So, it would be Google and the Chrome OS team saying, okay, we'll support your models of computers for all these extra years. But if you want that to continue, you're going to have to pay for basically the workspace program and everything else. But it, like, I guess the point is, schools are not going to have the same obligations and requirements to pay as enterprise would. That's it. Yeah, your education contract was 5 years. Yeah, and it would be like I foresee it being on similar grounds, and that's for full support. So they bundle in a few extras. The price goes up a little bit, but not that much. I just don't see it being as free for enterprise as it would be for education. That's pretty much it. I think they'll push hard for education to be able to use this, especially like low budget schools that they just need anything they can get. That's all. So unless there are any other angles on this one, and now that the people have been dropping off really fast, which kind of sucks, but there's something I saw on Twitter, and I wanted to hit this much earlier, but here we go. I saw this just at the very start of the show. Tom Tillis wants Twitch streamers' DMCA strikes to have felony jail time attached. So I'm just gonna say this guy needs to go the fuck to prison and spend some time getting getting his prison wallet filled. Let's see. PH purged half of its content earlier this week. PH. Oh, Pornhub. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can hit that. And it's more than half. It's, I think, 3/4. Because they went... Or, no, more than that. How much was it? Because I think they started at, like, 11 or 13 million videos and dropped to 3 million. Let's see. We'll just search Pornhub purge. Yay for Ars Technica covering this. Okay, they're saying almost 2/3, so I know for sure. Okay, knocked out 9 million of the 13.5. Okay. So isn't it down to... All right. Hold on. Those numbers don't seem quite right. Okay, a quick check of the site says 2.9 million videos remain. So 2.9 million remain. Quick look at the site just confirms this. So I'm not sure where Ars Technica is getting their number of... That would imply that 4.5 million videos remain, but that is definitely not what the main site is claiming. And it's possible that maybe there's a different... Maybe they're counting different numbers here. But regardless, it's more like a quarter of... Or, sorry, 3/4 of their videos were purged. Not almost 2/3. Anyway, just, you know, math issues here. Let's see. C. Saldana, who's their hosting provider? Yeah, I think self-hosted. Not really sure, but it would make sense. Like, it would cost them so much money to host this through anyone else. The thing is, I don't know that I actually have a whole lot to say on this outside of the fact that I think they handled it wrong. They handled it wrong in the sense of their viewership. What I would have suggested that they do is just a straight up channel verification. They should have given like a 1-week warning kind of a thing. Just a straight up, hey, in the next week we're gonna do this. If you want to keep your channel up, now it may go down temporarily depending on obvious like crowding, but they should have given like a 1-week, hey, if you want to get verified now, you do it today. Apply now. If you apply now, we will get to you in the order you applied or based on significance of the channel, something like that. If you don't apply now, you're out. You're done. And we're not going to talk to you again for months. That, because I have a feeling they probably could have kept... I bet they probably could have kept this closer to like... Probably 5 or 6 million more videos. Or not more, but they probably could have stayed... They probably could have only purged like half of what's up there if they had just waited. They could also start by removing all videos below a certain number of views. Yeah, I mean, they obviously could, but that wasn't really their issue. Their issue was that some of the content that was being posted was, as Ars Technica points out, child exploitation, non-consensual violence, rape, and other stuff like that. And the thing is, some of that stuff, probably got a ton of views. And that sucks. And there's not a lot you can say to or about that. It's just the reality of it. If they're getting a ton of views, some of those videos would have easily skirted the attention. When is YouTube purging? Well, according to the conservative right, YouTube has been purging. They purge left and right. Obviously, there is tons of conservative videos that get purged all the time. It happens just everywhere. Magic. Doesn't matter that literally none of them have ever been outright banned for anything that wasn't already a very clear violation of terms. But why should facts matter? Silly bastards. Facts in 2020 are just those silly things that we just made up. And, and that fact-checking sites that invented so that they'd have something to publish. It's all about making money, don't you know? And of course, things for Soros, I don't know. I'm trying to make up whatever shit those monkeys would say. All they do is fling their poo and try to make a mess of the tourists. But, yeah, anyway. Legitimately, I do have a funny feeling that Pornhub... a lot of the reports already called this out. There was, what was it? I guess Vice? Yeah, I think it was Vice. Did their report on all the bad material that they were finding on Pornhub, and as a result, Pornhub very quickly responded to this to start this purge. As a result, I have a weird feeling that this was all about trying to get ahead of the story as quick as they could, rather, avoid letting the story be dominated entirely by that Vice editorial. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if the result of this is that we're going to see a whole lot of other companies doing stuff to sort of require that their users have a more direct association with the site. Which, by the way, I know that this is going to go into a weird place, but this is one of the things that I have actually been in favor of, and is one of the reasons... It's one of the things that I think will actually become a result of this whole argument about Section 230. One of these days, the thing is, so Section 230, as you guys know, is the protection that allows sites to not get in trouble for the things that their users post, as long as they take measures to try to limit illegal posts, and they respond quickly if something illegal is flagged. So, the thing is, this has allowed a lot of sites to really cater to the anonymous usage. And by anonymous usage, I mean, you could go on... I don't just mean like somebody creating a random account on Reddit and just being able to casually say, cool, I random account on Reddit, I can do this thing, I can do that thing, I can say whatever I want. I'm not talking even about that level of anonymity. I'm talking about the level of anonymity where you could create an account on Facebook, give it a name, give it pictures, you can claim to be somebody. You can invent a whole new persona. But at the end of the day, Facebook has no idea if you are who you say you are. Facebook does not have... they have a verification program, but they do not really press it. And to be perfectly honest, I have a sneaking suspicion that at some point, when Section 230 starts getting looked at more closely, which, look, everybody knows that the Republicans are full of crap. Trump's full of crap with his complaints about it. But this is one of those where there's smoke, there's fire situations, and there's eventually going to be a fire. And when 230 gets looked at again, I have a funny feeling sites are going to be on the hook to know who their users are. And that's not necessarily going to be a big deal. I have a feeling it's going to come in the form of like, it's not going to be that every site has to run their users through like sending in IDs and verifying their everything. But I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes a situation where like another site does a verification process. Like you say who you are, you show them an ID, you jump through a couple of hoops, and then from that point on, like maybe you could link Facebook to that site and say, yes, this is who I claim to be. The site has checked me out. We've verified through whatever means are necessary. And now Facebook can say, yep, this person is verified to be who they say they are. And from this point on, if they do something that's really, really massively not okay, then any future attempt for them to create accounts will be able to check against that. We'll be able to prove that these people are circumventing paths. They're abusing their right to be anonymous. So, just saying this, I have a weird feeling this is the sort of thing that's going to start coming up as a result of this, and Pornhub may have just taken a step to avoid getting too caught up in that mess. Because if like right now, their approach is basically, hey, if you're in the model program already, we've at least verified you to a minimal level. It shows that they're trying to rule out bad actors. So I get it. They're playing a safety game, but man, it's gonna get ugly. It's gonna get so ugly. And that, you know, in a weird way, that also traces back to this Tom Tillis thing. Which, I mean, he's just a jackass. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He doesn't know a thing about the copyright law. You can tell. I guess I should look him up and make sure that that's true, because I could see how he might be some crackpot who just happens to have a history as a like copyright litigator or something. There's our basis for it. Rights holder reps address platforms in intellectual property subcommittee hearing as DMCA reform draft looms. Oh god. I can already tell they want to make the DMCA worse, not better. So his quote, "I find it highly ironic that these same tech companies can so quickly and efficiently take down political speech they disagree with, no matter who posts it, and yet at the same time cannot take reasonable steps to end massive online copyright piracy." So, Tom Tillis, message from Cody Toombs. "Dear Mr. Tillis, suck my knob. You incompetent moron. You don't even know what the crap you're talking about. You useless twit." Anyway. Yes, they're so efficiently taking down political speech. Right. Show me when you were censored, you ignorant moron. Useless retard. Oh, sorry, take that back. Inappropriate word. Useless jackass. Anyway. Demonetized. Yeah, I wasn't monetized yet anyway. And besides, if we're to believe everything the conservatives say, YouTube's actually now going to promote me in the algorithm because I hate conservatives, right? Isn't that how it works? Pretty sure that's the story that they tell people. Anyway, so let's see. Is this as long as I? Oh God, this is definitely as long as I was worried it would be. I would bet anything that this. Yeah, I apologize for that. That was me jumping for a word and picking the wrong one. In no way, shape, or form do I mean that to be offensive or hurt anyone's feelings. Except Tom Tillis. I want to hurt his feelings. Anyway. So yeah, I don't get this. The DMCA already had some big problems, but the fact that they're not throwing people in prison over what is technically a copyright violation, because there are different degrees of copyright violation. There are circumstances, and you know that the biggest issue here is they're basically looking to tear down fair use. Which, by the way, may I point out the obvious? If they tear down fair use, Trump abused the living crap out of fair use all the time. They reposted so much stuff that had illegally copied, or at least rather illegally used music. That was like a widespread issue. I wonder if let's do a little test. Uses copyrighted music. I'm just curious, are we gonna find a good example of... Okay, this is all to do with copyright reform. Oh wow, he's been banging this drum at least since July. Okay, okay. Oh no, that's also not any good. What would OANN do without fair use? I mean, what would a lot of places do without fair use? I mean, think about this. Copyrighted material. What kind of copyright? Like, how would they limit copyright material, and how would they infringe on fair use? Imagine a news show like, and whether or not you want to call it news can be debated, but imagine news shows like the Philip DeFranco show, or whatever it is that H3H3 Productions does. I don't even know the name of their show, but like something as simple as, let's see, I have it in another tab. Here we go. Before this stream, I was in the middle of watching a Philip DeFranco show, and very, very perfectly timed. It included, let's switch over to this, and I'm about to do exactly the same thing that the Philip DeFranco show does. Here is a video posted by Lizzo. I was watching today's episode, and Lizzo had apparently posted to, I guess, Instagram, a short video talking about plans to go on a juice cleanse because the November election she was, I guess, drinking a lot, eating unhealthy, so on and so forth. So she's gonna try to diet, and people were basically hating on her for body positivity issues, so on and so forth. So the Philip DeFranco show plays this video. I assume it was cut down. I doubt it was this ultra short video, but maybe it was. I don't know. That, by most standards, would be considered fair use, because... And even if it's not fair use, it's not like Lizzo's about to sue Philip DeFranco over playing a video that she posted on Instagram. She's not going to care. But the Philip DeFranco's show plays lots of stuff that probably could, if somebody really wanted to be a dick about it, they could probably sue over copyright infringement. And you know already, Tom Tillis is definitely not on the side of fair use. He's never going to be on that side. And the mere fact of showing this stuff in the form of a news show, especially a news show that might be critical, people have already tried to use copyright infringement as a method of limiting free speech and fair use. So, you know, now you're not just facing what could be a fine, or, well, not a fine, I guess it would be quote-unquote damages. Now you could be facing, if Tom Tillis got his way, you could be facing prison time for fair use. Yeah. Screw that noise. That is absurdity compounded. Austin, you guarantee OANN would fight to end fair use before they even realize it affects them. I mean, those guys are a special form of stupid. 90% of their content is talking about clips from other news networks. That's accurate. Also, I would point out, at one point in the history of The Daily Show, so was theirs. Like, The Daily Show, when Jon Stewart took over, it was a whole lot of making fun of other news networks. Craig Kilborn did some of that too, but man, Jon Stewart, when he got in, it didn't take long before they really just, their whole thing was, let's hammer the living crap out of news networks. And they did. Like, it was fair game to them. And they were mostly making fun of just, hey, you won't believe what this stupid idiot said during their so-called news report. It wasn't, you know, like, we're going to demonstrate this isn't really news anymore because they're just dummies. And yeah, that level of fair use, like, don't get me wrong, OANN can suck it, but I'm sorry. I actually support at least them having freedom to pick clips from larger stuff and comment on it. Go ahead, you can have commentary on stuff. You need that. This is a thing we need to have. For that matter, like, I've opened up web pages and read passages from those web pages. Is that fair use, or is that going to become copyright violation? Would Tom Tillis support me going to prison over the fact that I opened up a web page and read out loud some passages from it and then commented on it extensively? And I have little doubt that he would support that. Because and it's only because I'm not rich. Oof, and I opened up his website. That's a mistake. But yeah, this is... Oh. What the... Huh. Oh, God, okay. Man, I read this opening line that reads, "Dear Chairman Tillis and Ranking Member Coons." Honestly, it did not dawn on me that there's actually somebody with the last name Coons. I thought for a second that this was a very intentional, very hateful letter. Oh, boy. For those who don't know, coon is a racial slur. Which, in this circumstance, would have been hilarious. But, oh well. Anyway. Yeah. This sort of stuff, it's scary because there are people who are so determined to try to take away very simple rights that should never be taken, that never have a reason to be taken away. Yeah. Sick freaks. Anyway, What else do we have? I'm not really sure anymore. I think I've exhausted most of the major hit points that I had. I mean, we could obviously make fun of the fact that Comrade Mitch has finally acknowledged Biden's president, or going to be president. Though at this stage, I don't think that's really much of a thing to take away. It's funny more than it's funny how long it took more than anything. Oh, wait, what is this? Tillis inserted an amendment to a spending bill to make the unauthorized commercial use of copyrighted material a felony. It would criminalize the use of copyrighted material on YouTube or social media. Tillis accepted more than $10,000 from entertainment industry corporate PACs in the 2020 cycle. Well, golly, that might explain it. Boy. It's not hard to pick out obvious criminal abuses when they're happening right in front of you. All right. Well, I won't keep examining and he's picking on, well, I don't know if he's necessarily picking on streamers or if that's what people kind of picked out to make an issue out of, but I do kind of wonder if he understands how much of an effect it would have on everything. And this counts the news industry. This counts even like major copyright holders. It's really funny because a lot of the copyright holders are some of the biggest violators of the DMCA. And in many cases, like, you could have major musicians going to prison over the fact that they have sampled other people's materials. Like, this is the kind of thing that has farther reaching effects than any of these people are realizing. And they do not understand. I think a lot of them don't really understand how deep they can go if they write the law a little too strict. But so it goes. That being said, I see a future in which I get swatted for loading up pictures of a game. Oh yeah, game streaming, I guess that would be copyright infringement too. So they'll be sending every streamer to prison for gaming someday. That's the world they want to create. Just remember that. Anytime somebody votes for one of these jackasses, just remember they're trying to create this terrible world. Let's see. So I'm closing random tabs, making sure. Wait, what? Just out of curiosity, Senate vote no. Is this the Georgia thing? 600. Oh, this is over the. Damn it! The latest COVID stimulus check. Got it. So they're pushing for 600 to be the payment. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Stadia got beta iOS support today. You know, I wish I could I wish I had an opinion on that. The only real opinion I have is, wow, how stupid is it that Apple fought this? It was going to happen eventually no matter what. You know, I didn't look into it. Sorry, sorry. Just wanted to see why Carrie Fisher was trending. So apparently it's over old footage. That's neat. That's finally something good trending on Twitter. But Stadia iOS. Sure, what does The Verge say? Stadia comes to iPhone and iPad with new iOS beta. Wait, what? With new iOS beta. Okay. Let's see. Okay, sorry, not to nitpick. I know that this is nitpicking, but Google Stadia, this opening sentence. Google Stadia has finally made its way to iOS over a year after launch. Strictly speaking, the launch was in November. So, yes, it's over a year, but it's a year and a month. Guys, just say about a year. And that being said, also technically wasn't a public launch until February, I think. So, you know, it's kind of less than a year. But anyway, so the company's mobile web beta for the iPhone and iPad, first announced last month, is launching today. That means any Stadia user, blah, blah, blah. Google, like other competing cloud services, is using mobile Safari due to Apple's restrictions on cloud gaming apps. That mean platforms like Stadia can't exist in their current form on the App Store. You can access Stadia through its website on Safari or by creating a home screen icon that will turn the service into a progressive web app so it acts almost identically to the native one. Unlike GeForce. Okay, so alright, skimming down here, accessibility could be key for growth. Of course, got to bring up CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk because that SEO game is strong. Adding iOS support may add momentum. Wouldn't recommend relying on those touch controls instead of touch. Blah blah blah. Still a lot of visual hiccups due to Apple's restrictions. Google says you will need to perform a tiny workaround to get Stadia web version on your iOS device's home screen as a progressive web app, and it's created this graphic to explain it. Alright, that's slightly more helpful. So you browse to Stadia, hit the Add to Home Screen button, you pick Add to Home Screen, then there's an Add button, and then it appears on home screen. Okay, that doesn't sound all that special. The big caveat right now is that there are not a whole lot of great games on okay, that's not really... Oh, that cater to mobile players. All right, fine. I'll allow that one a little bit more readily. And iOS supports a lot of avenues. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So it sounds like Stadia just plays on Safari. That's it. Like, there's no other story to it. Stadia just plays on Safari. Let's see. Public launch was like April or May. I think it was April. But technically, I think if you wanted, there was some way that you could get on in February somehow. Maybe it was March. I don't know. It was somewhere in there though. You could absolutely have gotten on there. It was just a little bit more convoluted. Well, Buddy Passes worked all the way back in November. The 1st November. And I never even ended up using mine. That kind of, not that it matters, but I still have, I don't know if they even still have the Buddy Passes, but I still have mine. Let's see. Wonder how well Stadia is doing with Cyberpunk, especially because they cut the promo early. So as far as Cyberpunk goes, honestly, I don't feel like the promo was motivating that many people to it. I mean, I think a lot of people are probably buying early so that they could jump on the promo, because why not? But, you know, if you didn't already order or pre-order, frankly, I don't imagine too many more people are going to. Like, that was definitely a day one kind of thing. Which, as far as I'm aware, like, I waited a couple of days, and I think I ordered mine just like the day before they announced that they were going to cut that promo, and as far as I'm aware, it's shipping or going to ship. I know my order went in and they didn't say no to it, so, you know, should be safe. See, Saldana, Stadia PR has been great this month. I assume you're not being sarcastic. I don't know. But, yeah. I don't know, Stadia PR... I feel like Stadia PR has been getting a lot better anyway. And yeah, here's the thing. Honestly, I've heard so many people... okay, so reading down a little bit. See, Solana, but November... Okay, but in November you had to buy the Premier Edition. Yes, you would have had to buy a controller to play it, but except you could have played it in a browser. If someone gave out their Buddy Pass, people were able to play in browser. Like, literally, I played in a browser before I even had the Founders Edition sent to me. So, yeah, you know, it wasn't really a necessity. You could give out a Buddy Pass and people could just start playing. The thing is, someone would have had to, like, pay for a game after their first month. Or 3 months? Yeah, 3 months, I think. Pretty sure the Buddy Pass was for 3 months. And yeah, I probably should have given it out on the Stadia subreddit, but oh well. The thing is, I kept expecting to find somebody to give my Buddy Passes to, and it just never came up. And I know I asked about it somewhere in the Discord at one time, but no one seemed that interested in trying it. So, you know, I think people just wanted to see how it played more than anything. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, so... go to the 9 to 5 coverage on it. More images. What about it? Like, what more? I don't know. I don't really know what more images there would need to be. Anyway, oh damn it, what was I gonna say? I totally had something else I was gonna follow with and I spaced it. What was I looking at? Oh, the thing that I think's been helping Stadia so much with Cyberpunk is, very ironically, all the things that went wrong for Cyberpunk. Because anyone who bought Cyberpunk on what was it, Xbox One or PS4, all of those people are furious at the performance. They're all hating the graphic quality. They're all really mad about stuff. The funny thing is, there are still a ton of people who want to play it despite the bugs and reports of everything. So I kind of get the impression people are really, like, people are obviously still buying into the game. They're still playing it. And Stadia has to be doing decent numbers as a result. I could be wrong, but I imagine this has to be the thing that is drawing a lot of people in for the first time on Stadia, because it's a game that most of these people can't afford to play on a PC. Like, they can't afford to build a PC to play it. And unless you picked up a recent console, which, as everybody knows, those are hard as hell to get right now. They're still sold out everywhere, or at least I think they are. So people are having trouble getting the new Xbox and PlayStations. So if the experience is terrible on an old console and you can't get a new console and you don't want to spend, I think what I've been hearing is the average you kind of have to spend is about $1,200 to build a PC that could play it. If you don't want to go to these extremes, or you can't go to some of these extremes, Stadia suddenly becomes a really good option. And even this is not a Twitch fast game. You don't have to have lightning responses, so you don't have to be on the absolute best low latency connection to get by. You could have there's so many reasons why Stadia weirdly has emerged, not the best option, but the option that would work for so many people. Ironically, it's possibly the best way to do it. Oh, or you could play it on GeForce Now, which then you have to contend with the fact that you wait hours and hours to start playing. So that sucks too. Like, every single variation on how people are able to play, just, it's not working out. So I just read C. Saldana's comment. Yeah, exactly. GeForce Now, you're limited on playtime, and you have to wait hours to get into an instance. So, yeah, GeForce Now is easily the worst option for playing it. Yeah, and Stadia has emerged as the way to play it. It's not the prettiest graphics. No one's gonna deny that. They don't have ray tracing. They don't have some of the stuff, but I'm hearing PC players complain left and right about crashes. I'm hearing console players, which, look, I've had some crashes on Stadia too. None on stream, which I think is interesting. But people are having lots of issues on PC. The issues on consoles are mostly like terrible graphics, terrible performance, still lots of crashes, and some bugs that don't seem to happen anywhere else. So yeah, Stadia, funny enough, has become not the best way to play it, but damn near. It's the one that has the fewest compromises. And that's a bizarre place for us to be. Stadia is now like a credible thing because this one game that is buggy and broken and should look pretty and doesn't, yeah, Stadia is the way to play it. Let's see, David Lama, you want to try Stadia but don't feel like you want to spend so much on the controller. I get that, I agree with that. The thing I have to say about it though is, man, I know this will sound weird, but it's less about the controller and more about that Chromecast Ultra. The Chromecast Ultra is what matters, and so for that reason you can obviously use other devices instead. It's just you'd have to have a way to get the controller hooked up, which I don't know how plausible that is. Someone else I'm sure knows. I know that they were working on ways that you could use other controllers without having a Stadia controller. Someone else look up the details on that. I'm not going to. I don't have a reason to try it, but that being said, yeah. The thing is, it's so much more about playing on a Chromecast Ultra. Let's see. CDPR is actually marketing Stadia on their social media. They should be. I mean, honestly, it is the way to go. See, Saldana, I'm not talking about tandem mode. There was supposedly some way that you could get Xbox and PlayStation 4 controllers connected to Stadia. Now, I don't know if this ever launched, but it is something that they said very clearly they were working on. Like, before Stadia even launched, they said very specifically that they were working on a way that you could connect the controllers, I think, to a computer, and the computer would handle the connection to Stadia for you. I'm not sure that ever actually happened, but I know it's something that they said very specifically that they were going to do. So the idea being that you didn't have to have a Stadia controller, you just had to have a Chromecast or Chromecast-like device. Yeah, you can use third-party controllers in Chrome and mobile, but again, this was supposed to be a thing that was separate. Anyway, let's see. All right. And then you asked David if he already has a gaming PC, which we know he does, and he wants it on a TV. And yeah, that totally makes sense. But yeah, anyway, to me, Stadia is a good experience. Like, not for everyone. It depends on your connection. It depends on your circumstances, and it depends on how spoiled you are by PC. Which, when I say spoiled, it's not the bad way. It's the, hey, did you get to play this in the best possible? Damn it. Freaking phone has woken up to every single instance of me saying, hey, or the Big G's company name, or so much. It just wakes up to everything tonight. But yeah, so far I've been pretty happy with Stadia. Yeah, well, it technically will work on Google TV. You just have to sideload, which is dumb. Anyway, yeah, not having a good gaming rig next to me makes Stadia probably generally the best option available for me. Granted, when certain games come out someday on consoles, it'll make the consoles more ideal. And likewise, if something ever comes out and Stadia doesn't get it, well, then I'd be sitting there saying, I want a gaming PC. I mean, I want one anyway, but yeah, the fact is, Stadia is a pretty decent way to play at least some stuff. Yeah, I mean, God, seriously, Cyberpunk has really demonstrated why Stadia is a viable option. I knew it was going to happen someday. This is something I was banging the drum on for a while. I'm not sure that I necessarily expected it to be Cyberpunk. I kind of thought it could be, but it felt like an obvious choice, or an obvious case of it's not going to be I didn't think it was even going to be playable on previous gen consoles, which evidently it doesn't play very well. And I knew it was going to require an expensive computer, so anyone who wants to play this without picking up a new console that they can't buy or spending a ton on a computer, I figured the obvious choice is just get it on Stadia. You think Cyberpunk launch has at least made devs consider Stadia now? Without a doubt. I mean, I couldn't name who, but to me, this is proof positive that if you're launching something that at least has high requirements, and that is a key here. If you are launching something that has high technical requirements, launching on Stadia should be a no-brainer. Like, if you're a developer launching anything that is going to require, let's say, a video card from the last 2 to 3 years, if you're launching anything that's going to depend on a really good network connection, if you're going to launch anything that depends on, I don't know, a few other things, I think Stadia just proved its case with Cyberpunk. Also, current gen consoles are going to get axed for game support in 2021. Yes and no. So I never really paid super close attention, but I do remember when the PS4 came out, PS3 was you could still get a lot. I would even go so far as most games were available on PS3 and PS4 for at least the next 2 years. And there were still several games coming out for PS3 even well beyond 2 years. So yes, it's going to happen, but I wouldn't say it's going to be that universal. I think we're going to see a few launch titles that are exclusive. I think there already are a few, but we're going to see some real exclusives happening in 2021. But the actual point where games stop coming out for the PS4 and Xbox One, I don't think that's really going to fully happen till 2022. And this is a distinction of fully happening. There's definitely going to be stuff in 2021 that's exclusive, but yeah, there will still be exceptions, and probably a lot of exceptions for the first several months. Let's see, what else? Oh, and by the way, just to say it, I know I never really gave like a final opinion or word on Cyberpunk. You guys have obviously watched me play it, so by now you've probably figured it out. I like it. I like the game. I think it's a solid game. I know it's buggy as hell. I've made fun of plenty of bugs. We've spotted so many graphical glitches, like Johnny Silverhand tries to smoke a cigarette, and at one point he's just got like a cigarette sticking out of his chest, it like nipple cigarette or something. You know what, I'm sorry, but the game's fun. Like, it's not the greatest, it's not the next gen gaming experience that people thought it was gonna be. I get why people are sad and salty that they thought this was gonna be the, oh my god, like, you're gonna show us a new way to interact with games, and NPCs are gonna be totally different, and like, it's gonna be so immersive. Yeah, that didn't happen. That wasn't gonna happen. But it's a good game. I like it. 10 out of 10 would, well, 8 out of 10 would repeat. I know people are mad at it. I know people are making a big deal, but I think it worked out. That being said, I'm very much eager to see them fix some issues. I look forward to seeing what they try to do with DLC, or if they try to do DLC. I expect them to, but you never know. And if you've looked, like, the map is huge and has a lot of space that you never go near. Let's see. Map. Okay, is this gonna show all of it? It does not. Oh, yeah. Okay, it does. I think it does. Oops, whoa, did not. No. We want this. There we go. Okay, now transition. So yeah, this is the full map. And you can't see my cursor here, but yeah, so like if you look at that island that's straight up there, like that whole thing is basically untouched. There's, I guess, oh yeah, I guess I could have zoomed in. Like, there's one thing here. I don't know what that one thing is, but yeah, there's one thing set up on that map. There's obviously like a whole section up here at the top that you basically don't touch yet, and you will. In fact, I think at some point, I think they even showed off a little bit in the promotional stuff to hint at you heading more into the Badlands someday, because they do talk about the Badlands a lot too. Wait, is this your Night City map? I don't know. I searched. So this is a Night City map, yes, but I just searched for Cyberpunk 2077 map and used the first one that I found that looked like it was the whole thing. And if you zoom out, it doesn't look exactly like this, especially this part down here. This does not look right at all. But this is basically the shape of the map. And there is a site. This is supposed to be an interactive map. So yeah, you can actually like zoom in, see where stuff is. Let's see, your apartment would be, wait, damn it, this map is so terrible to actually be able to see though. Let's turn, okay, so I just turned it on clothing, but your apartment should be right about here. Let's see, do we have, actually, can we just turn on landmark? Yeah, there's V's apartment. Which I made a point of memorizing the location because I had a mission that required I go back there, and I wanted to learn, like, where the hell is it, actually? Anyway. So yeah, this is the map though. Okay, Austin. I'm not a gamer, but I wasn't impressed at all with the gameplay or characters. Honestly, didn't feel like it's a huge step up over GTA San Andreas in terms of gameplay. Frankly, so I've said it many times, I've never played GTA, any of them. But honestly, I'm willing to bet this probably isn't even a step up over GTA at all. Like it may not even be up to the standard of GTA. It's still a fun game. I'm enjoying it. But yeah, I have a feeling that nothing about it seems to really be an improvement in terms of like technology or skill or anything like that. It's a good game, but I don't think there's anything actually revolutionary about it. It's just like a different story, kind of cool because you've got Keanu Reeves in an extremely involved role, and a few other celebrities have poked in. So yeah, you know, you have elements here that make it interesting and kind of a how do I want to say this? It is a cultural, it is a moment in cultural history that will be relevant. And I bring that up because I saw that following question from C. Saldana. Do I think it's worth $60? Like, if you're just going in for the game experience, nah. Like, if it's just straight up the gaming experience, hell no. Wait for it to go on sale. Wait for if you really can wait for the DLC or season pass or game of the year edition, whatever it is. Wait for that all to come out and get bundled together and buy it for like $30. You know that's gonna happen. Give it, I don't know, 9 months probably, and it's gonna be cheap. Or cheaper, rather. You know, but if you're a game so effing janky it made history, right? For what it's worth, there's worse. This is far from the buggiest game that's ever come out. Anyway, the thing is though, this was a deeply hyped thing. It had cultural relevance in its timing, and how people reacted to it. And if you wanted to kind of be a part of that, involved in that, then, you know, this was how you got to be. So, I'm gonna draw kind of a weird comparison, but it's sort of like Google Glass. If you got to try Glass at like the end of its life, when people had already had it, there was no new news being written about it, someone just happened to have Glass and was like, oh, you want to try this, you want to put this thing on and see what it looks like, then you know, you weren't really there for that big reveal of what it was and what it was like. You just got to see, oh, okay, yeah, it's just kind of a neat projected image in front of your eye. Whereas if you got to try it in the first few months, then like that was more of a cultural moment. It was something that was new. It was something that was special. That's kind of that thing. And am I saying that it's worth spending money to be part of that? No, I'm really not saying that at all. I'm just saying it's a thing. If you wanted to be there for the early, yeah, then maybe it is worth that. But as far as it goes, probably not. There is another way to look at it, though. Another way to measure it, and that is playtime. I don't know what they're saying. Actually, have they ever published what they think the total playtime on Cyberpunk is going to be? Cyberpunk 2077 playtime. Okay, so somebody, PC Game SN, or PC Games In, whatever, they say 30 to 40 hours. And that's if you're just going to go for the main mission. I kind of believe that. My current playtime, I know it's fairly long because I've been screwing around with like side missions and just cleaning up in CPD locations. So let's see. Achievements. Settings, is it under there? Damn it, where did they hide the achievements again? Okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I found it. Okay, so it says 30 hours, or almost 31. I don't think that's, I mean, I'm sure that's right to some extent, but I think, because I know some of that is literally counted just sitting on screens. Like, there were times that I sat and talked to the stream while this thing was just sitting here doing nothing else. There were other times, like, I know I've gotten up and like hit the bathroom while playing, so, or not while playing, but like left it open when I got up and went to the bathroom, or I took a call once while it was open. So yeah, you know, there's been a lot of just literally letting it sit and clock up time. I'm not trying to avoid like adding hours for no good reason. Your brother-in-law finished it in 26 hours. That's quick. I'm kind of surprised. So I've only knocked out 4 achievements out of 44. That's way lower than I expected. He got a dumb ending though. That sucks. Oh, hey, I'm gonna knock out some of these achievements real quick and easy though. I'm not that far from full body conversion. Must be rats. Perform the distract enemies quick hack 30 times without drawing attention to self. Reach max street cred. Honestly, like that one's so easy. I'm having trouble, or not having trouble, but like I'm hitting street cred just all the time. Frequent flyer. Find all fast travel data terms. Should be easy enough. Complete all gigs and NCPD scanner hustles in Watson. I wonder if is that going to be different in each. Complete all gigs and NCPD scanner hustles in Pacifica. Okay, yeah, in each of the different locations. That's why. I was gonna say I've done. Oh, but I've done 0 of all of those. That seems wrong. Because I've been knocking out a ton of those in Watson. Kill or incapacitate 100 enemies using melee weapons. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'll get there. Reach max level in any skill. Yeah, I'll get there. Complete the Cyber Psycho sightings. I've been working on those. Some of those are hard fights. I did the one that's supposedly the hardest already. Or at least I think it's supposed to be the hardest. It's I don't know if you've heard about this one, but there's one where a Cyber Psycho climbs out of a tub of ice cubes and comes rushing at you. I died several times during that. That one was not an easy fight. And I've started knocking out slowly the graffiti, and I bought one vehicle because I wanted a good motorcycle, which it pisses me off. You can't set default which motorcycle you want. Stadia should add like percentage of players who reach that achievement similar to Steam. Yes, please, Stadia, take this advice. Percentage and I want both percentage and total number, which okay, I guess might be a little too much of a dead giveaway to how many people have bought it, but I would love to know, like, are you one of 100 people or one of like 100,000 people? That's the kind of thing I'd like to know, because it would be kind of a trip to see, oh hey, you know, I've reached this point that only 12 other people have done. Like, that would be kind of cool. Oh, killer incapacitate 2 enemies with the same sniper rifle shot. Well, now I'm gonna have to try that. Oh yeah, and they do the superhero landing in here. If you're berserked, you can do superhero landing. I want to try that. I just don't want to pay for the implant to enable that, because that thing's dumb. It's way overpriced for what it is. Oh hey, you can craft legendaries. That's neat. Aren't some of the achievements limited to what group you choose in the beginning? I don't know. Shoot a grenade at midair with a revolver. Jesus. Complete the breach protocol with a minimum of 3 daemons uploaded. Killer incapacitate. These are all the NCPD things. Craft 3 legendaries. Killer incapacitate 3 enemies with 1 detonate grenade quick hack. Killer incapacitate 50 enemies while time is slowed. After reviving with second heart, killer kill or incapacitate the enemy who killed you within 5 seconds. And then there's 12 secret achievements. Okay. I was going to say, all of the achievements here that are listed here, none of these are life path based. But I don't know about secret achievements. David Lama, you're at 59 hours only doing side missions. You aren't touching the story. That's like, I don't know. I want at least some story. Okay. Secret missions. Okay, so there is a secret ending guide. Alright, how many... Let's see, the official guide is 500 pages long. The game contains a secret ending that's buried in the game unless you know how exactly to unlock it. Wait, is there only one secret ending? This says to get the ending, you need to make a key choice in the late game story mission Nocturne OP55N1. Or rather, you need to not make a choice. At some point during the mission, you'll find yourself on a roof with Johnny Silverhand. You'll get some dialogue options about how to proceed, and Johnny will ask you if you're sure. You get a few dialogue options. All you have to do is not select anything at all. Go to the bathroom or eat a snack while you're waiting. You'll be here a while. After about 5 minutes of an action, Johnny will eventually break the silence with a bit of a plan B. I won't spoil the rest of it. But yeah. Oh, wait, okay. At the very end, this says Cyberpunk 2077 contains multiple endings, so make sure to try different options if you're doing multiple playthroughs to see all the ways the finale can shake out. But the secret variation is by far the most difficult and epic. Ironically, it doesn't sound at all epic, but... Okay, so... I don't know. I'm assuming that the secret achievements must also have something to do with the secret ending. Okay, let's see about secret achievements. Alright, here we go. Here's a list of, I assume, all of them. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, here they are. I'll zoom this in a bit. Make sure it's... Is that right? Yeah. Let's see. Watch Bushido X with Rogue. Complete Judy Alvarez storyline. Complete Panem Palmer's storyline. Let Johnny Silverhand keep your body. Interesting. Let's see. Help Takamura avenge the death of Saburo Arasaka. Become a mercenary. Find Alt Cunningham. Talk with Hanako Arasaka. Steal the relic. Leave Night City with Aldous Caldos? Alde whatever. Become a legend of the afterlife. Interrogate Alders Hellman. Complete Carrie Eurodyne's storyline and complete River Ward storyline. None of these, unless I'm missing something, none of these mention anything where you have to have chosen a particular life path. I think. Hey, Curvy Mermaid, how's it going? Pretty sure, in theory... Oh, and none of these mention doing an alternate ending. Except I guess letting Johnny Silverhand keep your body. I don't know about that one, but I'm assuming that one's not a separate ending. Maybe become a mercenary. That one might be different. Oh, or leave Night City. Okay, actually, now that I'm looking at these, I bet 4 of these are... 3 or 4 of these are probably tied to the different endings. But outside of that, I don't think you would have to actually complete multiple playthroughs of this game. Not really. Like, I bet you could probably play up to a certain point, save, play a little bit further to get a particular ending, and then reload, and then go make different decisions. And I bet on a single playthrough you could probably clear every one of these missions as long as you do some saving and reloading. Right. So yeah, some of the secret achievements have to do with the ending choices, but what I'm saying is I bet you could save and reload to knock out all the rest of them. You wouldn't have to do a full restart. Or even like loading way back to the beginning or something. All these look like they're probably late game decisions. Though some of these I don't know if I'm already past the point where I can necessarily do these. I'm not sure about... Let's see. Is Hanako Arasaka already dead? I don't remember. No, we haven't met her yet. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so... yeah, Oh, that's very strange. Strangest observation of this whole thing. Not that it matters at all, but I know a girl named Lottie who looks very, very similar to this picture of the author, but it is definitely not the same girl. Just odd coincidence. Not quite a twin, but believable. So, cool. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, the point of no return for side missions is when you make your ending choices. Okay. Yeah, I might look into a few of these and try to figure them out, like which ones to take, but I get the impression I'm a pretty far distance from being able to actually say I'm finishing the game. Because if you can finish it in 26 hours, and I'm a little over 30 hours right now, my guess is I probably only actually have about maybe 8 to 12 hours ish into the storyline tops, and I'm not playing it super fast, so I'm guessing I probably have to have at least another 20 hours before I get to the point where I would be making any of those like ending decisions. It'll be more of a challenge to knock out some of these other things. Kill or incapacitate 3 enemies with 1 detonate grenade quick hack. That'll probably be a fun one. Some of these that are just find places on the map or... wait, what? I didn't see this one before. Stanislavski's method. Use a dialogue option to V's life path 10 times. Let's close those. We don't need those tabs open anymore. Ah, here's the one I was looking for. Oh, okay, I've already done it. That's why. Use a dialogue option related to V's life path. Oh, I see. I get why. Okay, that's nothing special. That's just wherever it says like corpo, you pick the corpo option. And I've already done steal the relic, so wait a second. Oh, there was a weird graphical glitch for a second on the webpage, but you guys couldn't see it. It was only happening on my side. Anyway, yeah, that's neat. I was wondering if they had alternate endings. I'm gonna have to look into some of them. Or figure out what decisions need to be made. I guess they're fairly obvious from some of these, but anyway. So really quick, it also strikes me, it's almost 7, so we're not necessarily going to call it a 15-minute warning, but we are going to say pretty soon it'll be time to take off. Not immediately. We're going to give it probably the 15 minutes, the usual, but we'll see. Maybe it depends. What else do we have to talk about, or is there much else to talk about? Let's see. Random, but MKBHD did an interview with Barack Obama. Jeez. Well, that's kind of a get. In a weird way, I can't say I'm surprised, because that seems like a well-matched pair. So, you know, good for him. That's like the ultimate get at this stage. Just like I'm sure Ben Shapiro's gonna get his weird little wee-wee is gonna get all excited if he ever gets to interview Trump. But yeah, cheers to MKBHD on that one. Can I get a lull for a weird little wee-wee? I mean, just it's Ben Shapiro. The guy just is he a guy? I don't know. Just you. Okay, this is the strangest thing. This totally is bizarre to me, but I'm watching I can see my stream, and I see messages popping up in the stream before they're popping up in my own YouTube instance. That just throws me every time I look at it. Gotta get Obama on the RambleCast. Oh my god, wouldn't that be something? Especially because, can you imagine Obama sitting for more than a few minutes on anything resembling an interview? I mean, I know he does long interviews, but not many. The guy likes to keep it short and simple. At least these days. I don't think that he would want to sit here for an hour or two. He would be worse than Corbin at piecing out. Anyway, Google is getting sued by more states. 10? Really? That, honestly, like at this point, isn't Facebook getting sued by 48? So 10 seems like a pretty low number. Like that's almost like, hey, you're a good guy if you're only getting sued by 10 states. Let's see. Yeah, Facebook sued by 48 states. The U.S. government in 48 states and districts sued Facebook Wednesday, accusing it of abusing its market power. No. There's absolutely no poor Facebook in this. Screw Facebook. They deserved every bit of this. Yeah, they're gonna get a slap on the wrist. This is gonna be a completely innocuous thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they do get forced to sell Instagram. I kind of don't think they're gonna get forced into WhatsApp, or maybe it'll end up being the other way around. Maybe it'll be WhatsApp, but they get to keep Instagram. But I have a feeling that's the closest to a slap on the wrist they're gonna get. This thing that they already stole all the users from, they've already effectively ruined. So if they sell it to anybody, it's dead. These things are not going to have the value that they came in with. And Facebook is, so they'll basically be forced to sell, and they'll make a bunch of money on the thing that is now useless. Sorry, but I don't see this as a big deal for Facebook. The only thing I think Facebook isn't looking forward to is the actual legal fees associated with this. They're gonna get, it's gonna cost them a ton no matter what. It would be really funny though if they turn around and say, you know what, we'll tell you what, if you'll sell, or not sell us, but if you'll agree to drop all the current lawsuits and not sue on these other couple of things, we'll agree to just straight up sell Instagram. I would laugh if they gave that offer, because I bet the US government would be dumb enough to take it, and most of the states would be dumb enough to take it, without realizing that that would actually be a good thing for Facebook. Getting rid of Instagram would do absolutely nothing to hurt them. And Instagram would not live through the next, 2 years. Yeah, so... Yep, David Lamy, yeah, exactly. That's my feeling on it. They're going to... the damage has been done to those companies' reputations. Facebook has already harvested all the data from those sites that they're going to get. To be fair, the more I think about it, the more I think they wouldn't lose anything by losing WhatsApp. They would lose a little bit of not market share, but they would lose a little bit of access with Instagram. But I don't think they care about WhatsApp as much as people think they do. And the thing is, companies that run instant messengers, I think people really don't understand how much it costs to run those instant messengers and how little they actually return. Maybe the government can prevent any future mergers and purchases. They won't. I mean, certain things, yes, they absolutely could and would. If Facebook popped up and said, we're going to buy Twitter, the government will shoot that down faster than anything. So yeah, that's not going to happen. However, when it comes to any other kinds of technology, if Facebook popped up tomorrow and said, guess what, guys, we're going to buy Toyota because we want to make electric cars. We want to make smart cars that navigate for you. They'll take you to your friends' homes or something. I don't know. Make up an excuse. I believe every bit that the government would look at that and go, yeah, okay, we don't care. Do whatever you're going to do. They're not going to give a crap if Facebook buys Toyota. They're not going to care if Facebook suddenly decides to buy an electric company. And yeah, imagine the Facebook car. You can hop in your car. You'll immediately be asked where you want to go, and it will only show you multiple places that it has already decided you should be going. When you get to your destination and you try to get out of your car, it'll ask you where you want to go. And you'll say, I want out of my car. And it'll be like, oh, let me take you there. And then you'll have to try multiple times to get out of your car till it finally lets you. What else can it do? I feel like the rear view mirror will only selectively show you things. Oh, the radio will play you the exact opposite of what you wanted. So if you wanted to hear pop music, you're gonna get death metal. If you wanted to hear EDM, it's gonna be lo-fi tunes. If you wanted to hear talk radio, it's gonna be ASMR. Let's see, what else? You know, if I ever took the time to refurbish some of these things into a stand-up routine, I guarantee there's an actual stand-up routine to be made off of these exact jokes. Just reformatted so they actually work. Let's see, until Facebook stops allowing their self-driving cars to go to polling stations if their users are liberals. Truth. Oh, and obviously, whenever you get to your destination, very obviously, it's going to ask you to tell your friends about it. And it'll take pictures for you. You'll get somewhere and the 360 camera will just pop out of the roof and take a picture and say, would you like to tag anybody? Oh, and if you get pulled over by a cop, it'll ask you to put this in your story. And it'll be like, would you like to rage story today? You'll be able to post a picture of your ticket, which of course will weirdly it'll block out unimportant details, but it'll have all of your personal details completely out in the open. What else would be good? There's definitely more stuff here. Imagine a cash cab type of celebration if it's your birthday. I'm not quite sure what that actually means, but yeah, birthday stuff would have to be a thing. Yeah, obviously, like, every time you hop in your car, it's like, it's such and such's birthday. Would you like to go visit them? And knowing Facebook, the moment that you say yes, and it happens to be somebody who lives overseas, the car will just literally drive you straight into the ocean. Let's see. On the plus side, the car will definitely 100% have a GPS. You will not be able to turn it off. It will not have anything to do with navigation. It just wants to know where you are. Let's see. The car will also be always listening. Never seen Cash Can or Cash Cab? Not that I'm aware of. Let's see. Cash Can Cash Stash is, or okay, so Return of the Cash Cab. What the hell is this? This is a show on Bravo? Cash Cab is an American game show that began airing in 2005 on the Discovery Channel, hosted by stand-up comedian Ben Bailey. The original run ended 2012, but the series was revived in 2017. Moved to Bravo in 2019. Cash Cab franchise originated in UK. I think I've heard of this, but no, this is not my... I basically never watch game shows. Gboard blows on iOS. Honestly, Gboard isn't even as good as it used to be on Android. Anyway, let's see. Facebook will be always listening. Again, not because it'll do anything for you, just because it wants to know you better. Let's see. It will have... Oh, it has to have a selfie camera. Sort of a selfie camera. Like, you hop out of the car, and it will always take pictures of you standing in front of the car. Yep, that's a definite thing. What else could it do? There's got to be more cliches. Facebook is begging for jokes to be made about it. Yeah, no. Oh, every time you drive through a toll booth, Facebook will pay for you out of your account, but it's going to skim 30% off the top. I don't know if Facebook actually had... I don't know what Facebook's cut back when they were taking IAPs off of all those Facebook games, but I feel like 30% sounds about right. What else? I don't know how to make a good joke out of this, but I feel like there's something to do with, like, short messages would always show up with nice colored backgrounds, but once you got over so many characters or words, all of a sudden it would switch to, like, the long form content that they just hide. They don't want anyone to ever see that stuff, so the algorithm just makes it vanish. I feel like there's some sort of a good joke there where if you take a short drive, you get music and everything's really good and pleasing and comfortable. But if your drive is going to be more than 10 minutes, then all of a sudden the seats get really stiff and your gas mileage goes bad. Your navigation might just stop working. It might even, like, block cell signals. I don't know, something like this. This sounds very Facebooky. If you open the hood, Mark Zuckerberg will just be staring into the cab through the air vents. Okay, I like that. I get that. But that sounds more like a MySpace thing. Though if MySpace ever did a car, you're just, like, every time you hop in the car, you're just going to find Tom sitting in the passenger seat. And he's going to be like, hey, what's up? And you're going to be like, yo, dude, you're weird. Like, get out. And he's going to be like, yeah, okay. Everyone says that. I get it. Bye. Austin. Warning. This route goes through a neighborhood that has not yet been gentrified. It's true. Very, very true. Oh well. This is all still better than the Twitter car. The Twitter car. If you have to go more than a mile, you're not going. Or you'll have to take multiple trips. Drive a mile. All right, thank you. Now get out and get back in, and we can continue our journey. Go another mile. All right, get out and get back in. We can continue our journey. Or the Google Plus car. Yo, we don't go anywhere anymore. Thanks. We can redirect you to another website. Oh, I don't know. The Snapchat car. No, not the Snapchat car. Well, yeah, the Snapchat car. It's yellow with polka dots. Doesn't do much else. Send me your fee in Bitcoin and I'll send you double back. Right. Oh geez. All the social networks as cars. What was oh no. Damn it. What was the name of it? Was it Ping? Yes, Ping. Apple's Ping as a car. Let's see. I mean, the obvious thing to say is that you turn on the radio and all of your friends know what you're listening to in your car, but that's a little too simple. Let's see. What would be a good twist on that? Yeah. Ping is a car. Every time you go to a restaurant, it tells your friends what you rate. Well, that actually sounds too basic. I was going to say it tells your friends what you rated the restaurant, but... Ping just isn't as funny as it is. Like, the name is funny and the fact it was a total failure was funny, but just not funny enough. What was the name of Microsoft's social network? I know they had one. Damn it, what was it called? The mere fact is this hard to figure out what their social network was called. Launched Darkly. I honestly don't remember that name at all. Oh, they did have Sokol. Oh, I know they had another, or I think they had another. Oh, perfect. LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a car. When you hop in, it immediately plays completely irrelevant and illogical ads for you in the guise of messages from other people. LinkedIn. It helps you get fired whenever you drive somewhere where your boss doesn't approve. The LinkedIn car, it's really, really, really drab interior. Totally boring, lifeless, characterless. But yeah, just a design fail. The LinkedIn car, it takes you like 45 minutes to get in and actually turn on the engine because you have to spend forever filling it out and setting it up. The mixer car, it never started. The Pinterest car, it's actually a bike they ship you that you have to assemble out of ordinary household objects. Nice. Also the Pinterest car. You decorate it with things that you pick up from all of the places you visit. So if you visit the forest, you have to decorate it with trees. If you visit the city, you have to decorate it with parts of sidewalk. If you visit Dollywood, well, you just buy the car a bra. I don't know. The parlor car. Hold on. I already know. I know. Hold on. Oops, damn it. Yeah, I found the right actor anyway. Oh, okay, I remember the name of the movie. Yep, that's the name of it. Now to find image. The parlor car, we're getting there. We're almost there. Oh, actually, I could have used 2 different movies for this, but... Man, I'm just not seeing good... Ah, here we go. There's like 80% chance you guys will not get this reference, but not from the image. Here we go. The parlor car. If you've never seen the movie Death Race, here we go. The Mastodon car. It's just Corbin. Truth. But yeah, the parlor car. It has to have guns on it. It has to be armored. It has to be a total piece of trash. Like, it needs to look like somebody beat the crap out of it. I'm guessing it runs on diesel. Let's see. Oh, the paint job obviously sucks. Yeah, the parlor car. Oh, and it's made of mismatched parts. But key thing here is it's all about the guns. Now, to be fair, I was actually thinking about using Mad Max. Maybe Mad Max Fury Road would be a little more appropriate. Yeah, we could go with this. This is parlor. I like it. This is perfect. Absolute. This is parlor. I mean, literally, the whole social network is summed up in this image. Should I, hold on. And this so isn't worth the trouble I'm going to go to for this. But, oh, I don't even have to do that. Should this be my background from here on out? Well, yeah, I guess we'll just have to do it like that. Yeah, this is all the parlor people coming to get me. But Cody, you ask, they're all dressed in black. Isn't that Antifa? Nope, it's just the Proud Boys pretending to be. Oh, this goes... Speaking of Proud Boys, as was shared earlier, let's see, Rod Breslow, I don't know how the hell that's going to be pronounced, but evidently Twitch is now banning, maybe not banning the use of the words, but at least banning people calling other people simps, incels, and virgins. So along with any emotes relating to the term simp. Not gonna lie, I get why. I'm actually not totally opposed to this. I think there is some wisdom to making this decision. That being said, speaking of the Proud Boys, just saying. And with that, we have definitely taken care of the 15-minute warning. It's actually been about 25-ish minutes. So the world is saved another week. And I get to end on an implication that the Proud Boys are simps, incels, and virgins. So I would call this a proper win. Yes, the charity stream. Damn it, I almost forgot to pimp for that. Yes, the charity stream is still happening. Lots of things have been figured out, in so much as, it's still incredibly vague. But we are going to be starting at it'll be 11 a.m. my time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry, I guess when I say my time, that's not actually that useful to anyone who doesn't already know. But yes, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. We will be starting the stream. For the first hour, it is presumed to be mostly just chit-chat, hanging out, babble and such. Mostly making sure everyone's connections are good, working out any technical difficulties, so on and so forth. The irony, of course, is that there are going to be multiple people running streams. Like, I'm taking the first shift, and I'll actually be streaming it from my computer, because reasons. And as a result, every single person who starts streaming is going to probably have to go through a stage of trying to figure out how to make sure streaming works for them, but whatever. Anyway, so the first hour-ish is going to be working out technical details, things like that. The next hour, so starting 3 p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific, it is going to be D&D. That is going to be me and, let's see, quickly looking, because I know that there's... Oh, sorry, I did not even spot that the RambleCast chat room had a few more comments, but quickly looking in here, the D&D chat is, I believe, going to be myself, Jules Wang, Evan Kirians, I'm not sure, I apologize if I'm saying that name wrong, and I think there may be one other person joining in. We will all be playing, and Skilled Dev, is he just Skilled Dev on Twitter? I think he is. So yeah, Kyle Bradshaw. Kyle Bradshaw, I believe, will be DMing it, and it is a holiday-themed D&D game. So yes, I'll be playing, and that'll pretty much be my primary stream plan for the day. Let's see. Then I will end my portion of the stream. Corbin takes over to play some Minecraft and do whatever else. I don't know necessarily that they'll actually be playing Minecraft, but that's the theory that they're going with. Oh, by the way, the D&D session should last about 3 hours. Minecraft will last about 2 hours. Then there will be 2 hours of Jackbox. That's going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And I will probably rejoin for that. I don't know for sure yet. And after 2 hours of that, it's going to switch over into a Q&A kind of chatting session. So that'll... I don't know how long I'll be on that, if I'll necessarily even be on it. Because, as I mentioned earlier, by then, there's a good chance I'll have been up like 24 hours or longer. So we'll see. And the Q&A chat session that they're listing is presumably going to be about a 4-hour thing. I don't know for sure what that plan involves, who's going to be there for it, or any of that stuff, but there you go. And then, let's see, pretty much the whole rest of the stream through Saturday morning it's... Let's see. It looks like they don't have very much of a plan, to be honest. Like, they have stuff set out. Oh, Portal 2. There's going to be a Portal 2 stream happening that I'm not really sure why they're picking the hours that they are. And now that I look at it, that's a really long stream. That's going to be a 6-hour stream. Jesus. Okay, so yeah, those are details that I'm sure the schedule will be a little bit more filled out by the time that time comes. But we'll have more details when we get there. There's still a lot of stuff up in the air. You know how it goes. But anyway, yes, so I'm going to be opening the stream. As far as I can tell, I think I'm hosting. We'll see. But yeah, everything is coming together, at least for my portion of the stream. Beyond my portion, I really don't know how much has or will come together, but we're getting there. Yay. Anyway, with that, I'm taking off. I want to go eat. I'm starving. Which is something I imagine is also going to be a pretty big issue come Friday, because coincidentally, all of the times that I normally eat are also all of the times that I'm scheduled to stream. So, yay. But with that, oh, you know what? I guess, not that it matters, but oh, oops. Yeah, I switched up where my stuff was. There we go. But with that, thanks to everyone for joining. Thanks for hanging out, being part of the conversation. You kept me talking, which is never a bad thing. And I hope you all a wonderful next couple of days. If you'd like to support the channel, by the way, I never do this enough, but if you'd like to support the channel, there are links down below in the description. Please, by all means, give them a click. Do the subscription thing. Do the tipping thing. They're all welcome, never required. But, you know, someday, do whatever. Do a mukbang. That actually gives me an interesting idea, but not right now. Ooh, hot ones. Oh my god, that actually would be great. Hold on a second. What's the schedule for the end of the stream? Schedule for the end of the stream. Where is it? Okay. The stream is set to end at 11 a.m. my time. 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. my time. Not gonna lie. I wonder if I could get hot sauces in time. It's pretty late to do an order. Because Amazon's hot sauce selection sucks. And every other place takes forever to ship. And I don't live... Where I live, you can't get good hot sauces. The hottest sauce I've been able to find in this city, I kid you not, the hottest sauce I've been able to find, I could, like, up in the bottle and just guzzle the stuff. It would do nothing. I wonder, that I kind of want to do that. Let me think on it, because it's the earliest anything could ship is Thursday. I'd have to overnight stuff. I don't know about that, and that's assuming Prime. Okay, I will. You'll donate to watch me eat ghost peppers. An alcohol tasting show. See, Twitch would not be okay with that, because that's glorifying alcohol. And besides, I don't know how many of the people we could get to actually join in on that. The ghost pepper thing, that could be kind of fun, though I don't know that I could even get ghost peppers around here. this might sound crazy, but this is not a very pepper forward friendly town that I live around. Thoughts may go into this. That's all I'm saying. I can't promise anything, but thoughts are going to go into this. All right, with that, good night, everybody. I will see you all in Discord. I'll post some schedules or details as we get closer to the stream. Good night, all. I will see you soon. And because I always screw this up and say good night, all, or something like that, reset for just a moment so that I can easily, smoothly roll right into a good night, everyone.